Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Monday. First proper week of 2026. I think CIG are back in the... or some of them. Maybe not all of them. I don't know. But they might be back in the office today, which is definitely a good thing. We certainly need a lot of fixes because... well, I haven't been able to get into the PU, actually. Tried getting in last night for recording VR stuff. Couldn't even get in. Just infinite load. Then when I did try again, there was like 200 odd people in the queue, so I assumed something was going on. Anyway, let us get cracking. Mithras, thank you so much for the resub and the cheer. Much appreciated. Beers and Paddy and cheers, please. Ooh, pardon me. Buttons, that button. There we are. I think we're all good now. 07, welcome. Happy Monday. JJ, Sandman, Ghost, Buck Rogers, Kevsky, Real Mini, Chris, Sweetheart, Lister, 07 YouTube. Thank you for sorting out the emotes, by the way, Sandman. I appreciate that, as always, my friend. Sandman, Deacon, Rhino, Marcon, Silent, Sizen, Samari, Mighty Steed, Academy, Les, Taint, Jones, City Gamer, Scribes, HexMB with the 4-month resub. Have some beers and Paddy, my friend. Thank you, sir. Deplorable Infidel, Slicks, Peanut, Nickel, Wisaku, Smev, Mithras, of course, Peanut, hang on, I've just said Peanut, Quantum, Mycelaroni, Drago, Bad Swede, Johnny, 07, and welcome and happy Monday. So, you went on the Asian servers last night and the missions bugged so much I went on a pew-pew spree, ended up with 6 hours in jail, so I went to bed. Yeah, I think things are starting to go a little down. Well, they're not starting to. I think they've been going downhill since the patch was launched. It's just, you know, we need hot fixes, we need bug fixes, proper fixes. Server stuff needs to be done. There's a lot of issues right now with 4.5. We're going to try today, me, Apoc, and Deacon, we're going to try and do our usual off-grid stuff and see how we get on. Hopefully we don't get got, but we might. We're just going to try it. I haven't properly played in a while, aside from the VR recording and things, which I'm still learning to do, but my goodness, was my mind blown. When I first got the Pimax, I actually jumped in and you know, set it up, got it all sort of working and running, jumped in and gave it a little try, briefly, just to kind of get it set up so that I was ready to then record, but the time didn't allow. So it was only last night that I actually got in, or yesterday, sorry, that I actually got in to properly test it and play it. And I could only get into Arena Commander because the servers weren't working. I couldn't get in and play. Same issue you had last night. You were shard... Yes, I was shard locked. Thankfully, jumping in and out of Arena Commander, I did manage to get into the loading screen, but I never managed to get in. So that was a bit weird. But yeah, yesterday, I started out just flying around Astors in Arena Commander, just to kind of get to grips with the Pimax. And then, and I mean, you know, I was literally, if you noticed in the video, there's a bit where I'm walking out the back of the cutter, and I crouch down and just look at the floor, and I was literally just, holy shit, the floor's just there. Like, it's right in your face. It's next level weird. You know, my mind was completely, I tried it with the Quest 2, my mind was blown. Tried it with the Pimax, my mind was further blown. It's like, the world being in front of your eyes everywhere you look. And it's such a shame that it can't be truly shown in a video if you're watching on a flat screen. It just doesn't work. So it's like, I jumped in yesterday and I was flying around, walking around, looking up at the trees, imagining what Genesis would be like, imagining all the different weather we're going to see and how cool that will be. And then I went to the Hathor, not the latest Hathor locations, but the Theaters of War map, whatever that was called. And just quickly landed, you know, I flew around following that train, which was so cool seeing it. It reminded me of that Star Wars film, I can't remember, one of the modern ones where they chase that train down and derail it. But there was a bit where I was walking back to my cutter, and I was just looking at my ship and thinking, like, the cut's so up close and, like, everything looked in perfect detail. And I was running on everything on low as well, which is to be remembered. But I just felt like I could reach out and touch it. And I just can't wait to be fixing my ship and seeing all that damage and degradation on my ship and my vehicles and being able to actually do something about it. And then I walked inside the ship. And this is the first time I've done this and noticed how much detail there is. But I walked inside the ship and I started looking at all the different components. And then on the shield generator specifically, right on the end, it's the green one in the cutter that has this sort of, it almost looks like a, what do they call it? Like a polished glass or, you know, gemstone. That's like a cabochon, is it? It was like gleaming and glistening, and I'd never noticed it until it was there. And then I went into the living quarters, and I can't remember what brought me into this. Zana, thank you so much for the subscription, by the way. Beards and Paddy, and for the follow. Thank you. I can't remember what it was that made me do it, but I just inspected something. You know, where you literally pick it up. I think it was my knife. I think after seeing all the detail on all those components, and I was looking at everything, detail I'd never noticed, even though I've been playing it since day one, I'd never noticed the amount of detail that goes into this stuff. And when I was looking at the knife, I was just flipping it around, and you could just see every single thing. There's even like a little embossed logo on the back that I'd never seen. And then I did it with the medical tool, the medipen, the weapons. Oh, what else was there? The fire hydrant. Everything looked like I'd never seen it before. Like it was physically there and I could just touch it. And then sitting down and looking at the MFDs and seeing how crystal clear everything is. And honestly, considering this is still experimental, I only had it set in low. More on the PC in a second. My mind was completely blown with how detailed and I want to collect everything. And this is something that I think Star Citizen is going to be really on its own for. Is the sheer level of detail that's the... Oh, the handgun. The sheer level of detail. Like, sometimes the weapons can look a little big in the hand. More so than, more so than the... can't remember where I was going with that one. But everything just seemed to fit and look natural and look real. And yeah, this, the level of detail. I always known that Star Citizen's detail is like no other. But when you are actually in VR and seeing it, it's next level. It really is. And so when it comes to things like, obviously playing in VR, there are drawbacks because, I'm having to guess, like the amount of times I was trying to press the inspect button or pull out weapon or whatever, I was having to sort of guess where it was based on my ability of pressing the buttons. So there are drawbacks to it. It's not going to be for everyone, but when it comes to, it's not going to be for every situation either. As I said in the video, if I'm hopping in and out of ships and vehicles, it might be a bit of a problem because I'm like, oh, where are the keys? But I'm hoping they can get around that with controls and things, which I'm sure they will be able to, but there's going to be limitations, naturally. But if I'm decorating, and, my hab, my apartment, my ship, my hangar, base building, all that kind of stuff where you are literally face to face with all these items that you've collected, they feel like real items that have a lot of unique details to them. And I cannot wait to see where this goes. I have a lot of videos planned for using Pimax and VR. The downside is, no matter what I do, it's going to look... It's not going to give the exact... it's not going to feel like it does when you're just using VR. You have to use it to see it. It really... And that's the downside. You can't just test VR. You can't just taste it. It's not like you get... GameGlass are doing a free trial now. Beam have a free trial. You can test that for free. And if you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. Even though it's super cheap anyway for those items. Provided you're not getting the lifetime pass, I guess. But with VR, you don't know unless you buy it. And if you're spending $300, $400, $1,400 on VR, it's a bit of a gamble, right? Not to mention, you might suffer from motion sickness. You just never know. I hope so, Bad Sweet. Yeah, I'm expecting a hotfix soon, very soon. We're in desperate need of one. Damage, welcome. Cyclo, welcome. It's like I'm playing the game all over again, Sandman. Like you say, I am just literally doing the same stuff I have done time and time again for the last 12 years, or however long we've had the playable game. But I'm doing it in VR, and it feels like a whole different game. Just incredible. Yeah, they always planned on VR supporting VR in Star Citizen. So they certainly built the game with that in mind. But I think it's going to be the first true game, just normal game as such, where VR is just incredible with it. We've got sim games like racing games, piloting games. You've got Half-Life Alyx, which is a VR game. You can't play that without VR, I don't believe. I don't know. Star Citizen is going to take VR to a whole new height because, people who have never seen VR, people who are VR only people will hear of it as well and they'll come in. Thank you, Zana. Brand new player, saw you alive, immediately loved the channel. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for watching the video as well. How are you getting on? 4.5 right now, the build you're probably playing is a bit sketchy. Last year, it's been nothing but getting the game more playable. last patch of the year, it started good and it sort of went downhill fast. But I'm hoping they'll get back on with it as soon as possible and start fixing it so then they get on with the next patch and we can continue going. But how have you found it so far, Xena? Good afternoon, Butfun. How you doing? The only persistent thing in Star Citizen is that one Drake mule. Yeah, they're everywhere, aren't they? Can't take them, though, unfortunately. Well, you can't log out with them in your ship. Absolutely apon. The level of detail. And not just the level of detail in items, ships, environments, but the lore that goes behind it. When I look at an item, like if I look at that laser pistol, we all have one. It's the free sidearm you get with your account. When I look at that, I see Klaus and Werner, and I think of the story of Klaus and Werner and their history, even though I've forgotten it, but you know what I mean. Castellian, how you doing? Yes, joysticks, button boxes, they are what you need to use VR comfortably without, you know, relying on a keyboard and stuff, which means when you go into FPS, it's going to be even harder. Bretley, thank you so much for the 35 months, by the way. I missed that one, my friend. Thank you, sir. Been lagging, how you doing? Oh, can you actually rent VR gear then? See, that's good. I remember me and Weezer, one of our regular viewers, saying that we will start a business where we rent out peripherals like joysticks. It was mostly because of joysticks and how expensive they are and how you can't test them. You just can't, like, you know, try them before you buy them kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm glad people are doing that. Bear Normal, welcome. 2956 Lister. Let's go indeed. I need to get on with my manuals now that engineering... I'm looking forward to seeing that, Kevsky. As we surmised when engineering came out, it is going to increase your workload crazily. Let me just show you what Kevsky's working on. Some of you will have seen it. Where are you? Okay, this is the Mariah Fury one. Now, Kevsky, as part of your profession, you do this kind of stuff, these technical documents. But we kind of had a feeling that when engineering came along, your workload will just go up. Look at this. Like this is inside the Mariah Fury. Component layouts, housing. I mean, how many pages is this, in fact? Doesn't say, because that says page 1 on the back. I think we're in yeah, page 3, page 2, page 1, page 4. What's going on here? What's with your numbering system, Kevsky? But they are really cool. And as we assumed, your workload is going to skyrocket. But I'm excited to see how they're coming along. No, I'm the same book. PX, welcome. I can't afford Pimax. I can't afford their headsets. Thankfully, there are other headsets that are available at a lesser price, but of course you are paying per quality. If I wasn't in this position, I don't know if I'd be able to get ever a Pimax or something along those lines, like a Vive or whatever. But thankfully, I'm able to try it out because, you know, I'm excited to see it in all that glory. Can I buy you a set, Kevsky? I can't even buy myself one, mate. Luke, I don't get to keep this, by the way. It's on loan for, I think, a minimum of 4 months. And then after that 4 months, if I'm not making content or making sales or whatever, then it goes back. Thankfully, I want to make content, so I should be all right. Lucas, welcome. I was doing the same thing, marveling at all the little details on things I've seen thousands of times. Isn't it weird, though? I literally spent what must have been nearly an hour just looking at everything. Like the med pen. Just like that. Just in awe of the detail. Yo, Alzino, used to watch an iRacing YouTuber. When he switched to doing VR streams, I had to stop watching him. The camera. Yeah, that's the thing. I won't be using VR for streaming or YouTube. It just doesn't feel right for the viewer because it's like... They may do like I think CIG may do something where they support, or even Pimax may, where it reduces the amount of head shake for the viewer. But even then, you're not getting the true VR experience, so it's pointless. Using TOBII is absolutely fine for the viewer, provided I'm not looking around like a crazy man. But, yeah, it's not the same, is it? Oh, voice attack. That's a great idea, yeah. There's a mod for Alex. People swear by. I played it on release day for VR, in VR, so I've no... Oh, is that where you can mod it so you can play it without VR? Yeah, I know, Cyclo. I know. Walking around the Genesis planets in VR, looking up at those redwoods, walking through a swamp. I just... Oh, was it the Arclight? Was that for that, Oh, I can't think of the name of the show. No, I can't remember it. Thank you, APOC, though. You definitely ran into issues, but I find myself opening it whenever I have time. I am shocked at just how much I love it. It's a magical experience. Didn't know what I was missing. It's crazy, isn't it? It's quite interesting to see new people come into Star Citizen after, what, 12, 13 years now. See it for the first time and then become obsessed. And I love to see that, because it is the sort of game to become obsessed about. Obviously, right now, with the ups and downs of development, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, you know, in terms of what we're playing, and obviously the long durations that we've been waiting for it, it can be very much up and down, but it's the game of all games. Perplexity says several UK companies rent VR headsets and can ship nationwide, including short-term hires for events or home trials. Oh, definitely keep that in mind, guys. That's a great idea for if you are on the fence of VR and you're not sure if your PC can handle it, or if you want it, or if you suffer from motion sickness and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's like renting underwear. Yeah, exactly. We are at that point of Ready Player One. That's true. Return policies. Always check that. Good point, Deacon. Yes, I wear Maelstrom. Everything. It's, now that I've tested it, I can't go back. They'll be like, can you send us the headset back? And I'll be like, no. Come get me. I'm not going to say that. About 50 pages. The C1 is 100 pages. The page number is how it works in real life. Doesn't have page numbers. The page numbers are associated with a particular module. Yeah, I see. So when you transition to a new module, it starts afresh. Yo, FJ, how you doing? Griff, welcome. Oh yeah, I'm super privileged and grateful that I get to actually try it. Warblade, welcome. I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. Confused about something before I'm confused about something before I... Oh, but by the game. Is 1.0 coming this year? No. Yes, and so basically Squadron 42 is a single-player campaign. That's a story-driven narrative campaign that takes place in the Star Citizen universe a few years before what we're playing now in the Persistent universe, which is obviously not a release game yet, but it's the same universe, the same lore, the same history, and so forth. But it's a single-player game in Squadron where you take the role of a sort of a Navy pilot as you come to learn about the attacks of the Vanduul, the sort of main alien protagonists. 1.0 isn't coming this year. That is basically what CIG consider as a official release. You know, no longer in alpha or beta or in testing or work in progress. It is released. They will still, though, continue to build and include content and everything. But that's when it's officially launched. Squadron 42, we're getting the first chapter of 3 this year. 1.0 will either be, I'm guessing, not necessarily 2027, more likely 28, 29, maybe even 30, depending on how fast they can get through stuff. Everyone will tell you differently about like when we'll all guess when we expect it to come, but at this time we don't know. So it doesn't matter what anyone says, even me, we don't know when it's coming. But yeah, what we have right now is still alpha. It's still being built. We still don't have the full foundation yet. But it's certainly, you know, if you're interested in playing, get a starter package and spend the least real money and earn the rest in game. Erif, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. How are you doing today? Yes, thank you. How's everyone's new year going so far? Tals, welcome. Yeah, send your headset back, please. Sorry, what headset? What is a truck? Alaskan Strat, how you doing? That was a Simpsons joke, by the way. I don't know if people got that. Doinks, good morning, welcome. I hope they reconsider scaling up the planets once Genesis is up and they can populate them with more points of interest. Well, I think they will eventually scale up if they so feel the need to. Again, that's not a guarantee, but they have sort of surmised themselves that it's potentially going to happen at some point. But points of interest, 100%. We will see that on the appropriate planets. Not every location, not every planet or moon will just be littered with points of interest. But Starchitect is the tool that is part of Genesis that will include things like the sectors and clusters that we saw at CitizenCon, not last year, but the year before that, where they will make sense to the environment, to what you will see around there. Like if you see a pirate base with anti-air around, you will likely see a lot of other, you know, derelict spacecraft crashed into the planet where they've been shot down. There might be mines and caves and things around there. Oksana, thank you so much for the 2307. Nope. And so, yeah, there will be places that are heavily populated. There will be points of interest all over the place. Thousands, if necessary, but not everywhere. Yo, Pills. Struggling with my Zero Day Hero off-grid experience. Wanted cheapest ship, but they only have Mustang, so I'm having to earn my way through to the cutter first. Oh, nasty, yeah. That's the trouble with them. I mean, the Mustang is probably quite usable now, because I think you can throw weapons and things you find and scavenge in the back, can't you? You know there's a rear cargo bay, right, sweet? The only downside is you can't log out in your ship, which kind of kills it for me, which is a shame. At this point, it's like 10 plus years after the single player or something. Yeah, time keeps ticking on. I have always wondered how they're going to tie that into the universe, considering, you know, that the date's still going on, but Squadron date is fixed. Oh, APOC. Man, I'm so glad. Thank you for reporting your 5080 findings, by the way. Baron, Happy New Year. Thank you for the 18 months. So, as we were discussing a little while ago, I was planning on getting a 5080. This is not a 5080. This is a new power supply. I was planning on getting the 5080, and I was like, that will do me for the time being while I wait for things to settle down, which could be years, we don't know. But when I looked and checked what power supply I have a 750 watt, which is just not going to do it. Nexus, thank you for the cheer, my friend. Exclamation cheers. How are you doing today? So I was like, crap. I can't just buy a 5080 and just plug it in. I have to now change the power supply, which means routing all the cables again, which means downtime, which means I have to wait until, say, the weekend. But I'm going to pick up, I'm going to get the Zotac 5080 amp Extreme Infinite, whatever it is, which is probably the best card I can afford. And currently that's, I think, about 1,099, so 1,100. So I'll get that, and I'll get it as soon as possible before the stupid prices go up again. And then that should, A, keep me going for a good duration of time, based on what, you know, APOC's found. Although APOC does have a better CPU and better RAM than me. But still within the same vein, just obviously better. But it should see me through for a while, until I can then look into getting something to keep me, you know, long term. which will be swapping to AMD, I suspect. But yeah, that should do well for now, for Genesis, for the foreseeable of this year, for playing Squadron, for VR, and then, yeah, change up from there as time goes on. I mean, 5090s are already like $4,000. Not all of them, of course. Sun Devil, happy Monday, how you doing? Yeah, from what I understand, RAM prices are here for a long duration. But, as I say, the world will adjust and change and hopefully start to make a difference. It really depends on just what happens. And if everyone sits around and does nothing, then of course nothing will change. But when people do stuff, it'll have an impact. But that doesn't mean it's going to change anytime soon. So it is what it is. Very nice slicks. If you get a Corsair modular power supply, you can just use the same. Is that advisable though, to use the same cables? I have an EVGA 750 watt power supply right now. With this Corsair, with it being, you know, platinum, I feel like I would rather go to the effort of using the actual cables, especially when you're attaching it to like a 5080, right? It's one thing on a lesser GPU, but on a 5080, does it actually make a big difference? Happy New Year, Ramoyne. How are you doing? 07, did you have a good one? Greeny, welcome. At the moment, it's a 10900K 3080 with 64 gig of DDR4 RAM, and I can't change up to DDR5 because the motherboard won't allow it. Jason, how you doing? Well, you know, you don't have to use a 5090, right? You don't have to use a 5090. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. There's no, like, no one's telling anyone to use a 5090 on this game. Of course it'll have a benefit, but it doesn't mean anything. So use these ones, don't use the old ones. Okay, yeah, okay. Yo, Tomato King, how you doing? Yeah, AI bubble pops, which I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah, people, you know, companies will make adjustments to try and bring it down, but of course there's time to that before it even makes an effect, or has an impact. You had the same issue, Andrew. I was like, I think I have an 850 watt. That will be fine. It'll be pushing it with an 850, but it should be fine. And then I checked and it was 750, and I was just like, I checked at night as well when I was trying to sleep, and it just kept me awake for a little longer. Yeah, I'll use the same ones. I was planning to anyway, so it's not like it's a big deal. Etta, how you doing? Yeah, Happy New Year, Jason. That's true. Ream gave me a ton of issues doing that. What, using the old cables? Power supplies are only required to follow a standard on the end side, meaning the power supply end of the cables may and will often differ, which in turn can cause puff. Yeah, I don't want puff, to be fair. But don't forget, right, starcitizen will optimize. This is something that we are in a benefit of. Vulcan's here now. VRAM is higher than it should be. The next two patches, as they say, that requirement will go down. They will optimize on not just high-end machines, but mid, low, and we will all find wins. But then when Genesis comes along, it'll likely go up again, and then it'll start to come down again as they further optimize. Yeah, that's true. This one should have the right pins for the GPU, though. Jackal, welcome. Shenanigans, welcome. L7. With the connection bubbling and burning for the 5090 and 5080 in terms of that new type of connection, I wouldn't get one. Not that I can afford one anyway. With the connection bubbling and burning, is that still an issue? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Damage, how fast things become old. Like, I can't believe it's been, what, 5, maybe 6 years since I upgraded my PC. I mean, it's done me very proud. But it's only now that I'm starting to see things causing issues, and it's struggling a little bit. And, you know, mostly not having a dual stream machine is the biggest issue. But it's still capable of running Star Citizen at a very decent frame rate. Not so when I'm streaming, of course, or filming, but even then it still does really well. Oh, is it? Well, we're going to have to face it and hope that nothing happens. It's only really an issue if you have bad cables or not properly plugged in. Okay, well, I'll be plugging them in properly. Is it worth, while I've got my machine unplugged and being dusted and so forth, and swapping out those cables, to reapply some... I'm assuming that this is just going to be an obvious, unanimous yes, but to reapply some thermal paste. Because it's been a long while since it's had that. Genesis will be... Oh, welcome, Jept. Will be an up and down in performance, and it's not just visually improved, but it's a far more streamlined and efficient process of managing planets. Yeah, true. As you say, it'll be up and when it first launches, it'll be much more demanding than once they've taken time to optimize it, like anything we see in Star Citizen. New pace doesn't hurt. Yes, yes, yes. If it's been a while, yes. Okay, I'll do that. I found a newfound love for my PC now that I know I'm going to be with it for a little longer. Well, even though I was going to keep it anyway for Stream Machine, but still. 2 terabyte SSD. That's a good idea. I should probably get another one of those before they go up in price so that I've got it going for a while. Yeah, I mean, you've been rocking the 2080 Ti for, well, like you say, 7 years. Pretty crazy. Testing the... Have you seen the YouTube video named Testing the NVIDIA RTX 4090 by Captain's Workspace? It's an older video, but super funny. Fast forward. No, I haven't seen it. Why? 11 gigs of RAM. That's pretty crazy considering there are more modern GPUs with just 12. Mine came with a connector one end goes into the card and breaks into 2 separate connections. Yeah, they all somewhat differ to the power. On my PC, I have to leave the glass off, which means I need to dust it more often because the GPU power cables stick out. And when I tried to put the glass on, it looked like it was bending it too much, so I was like, nah. So yeah, I pulled that off because I didn't want to crush it. So I actually have... My PC doesn't have a glass side on it because it won't fit. There is no way with the Zotac 5080 that it's going to fit, that the glass is going to fit on it, which is fine. It kind of keeps me warm. Yes, this chat is always great. Absolutely, Jason. And Remoyne. Ruffy, how you doing, 07? Thanks to you guys. Hellerton, welcome. Even with right angle connectors. Do you mean the sort of side mount? I'll show you what I mean. Don't scoff at the dust, though. Look. You know the cables. Sticks out. Look at that dust under there. Look at that. She's going to get clean soon. Alright? Oops, wrong way. But yeah, we need to dust. What I'll do, I'll take it to the garage and I have one of those blaster things where I'll just sort of blast most of it on a low thing and then hold the fans a little bit and blast away. If it's not dusty, it's not running, yeah. Wooty, how you doing? Right angle adapters, but more chance of fails. Oh, okay. You don't mean the... No, it's not the mini. It's the normal Bauer one, Lian Li one, not the mini one. But I thought about side mounting it, but I can't be bothered. Scoff the dust, Harold. How you doing? I knew someone would. I knew Tomato King. It's not that bad, to be honest. It has been worse. The Fractal Pop XL has a massive interior volume between the motherboard and the glass if you ever wanted a cheap... Well, I'm actually looking at getting the Fractal North, for the new PC, a Fractal North... can't remember what it's called. The one with the wooden front. But it doesn't have, as APOC was telling me the other day, it doesn't have that separate compartment for the PSU, which I do kind of like. Yeah, Fractal North XL, that's the one. But it's not a problem. It'll be fine. It's been 84 years since this saw a vacuum. You can... Oh, I just read that one. I think your new Tough 5080 might be smaller than the 3080. You are joking. Why did EVGA make such a big GPU? Oh, okay, let me have a look at that image. We're going to be jumping in soon and actually playing, by the way. Oh, right, I see. But they can cause problems, can they? It looks like a pretty decent solution, though. I am impressed that they invent, though. I mean, obviously, if there's a reason for, you know, if there's a need for something, they'll invent something. Have to say that living in a house that stays cool in winter and summer has definitely helped your PC. Yeah, I bet. This room gets hot, even in winter time. When I get the dual PC set up, I'm gonna melt. What's the best way? You all just out. Well, I mean, I'm probably not the best one to give advice on this, but what I do, I have one of those things that you hold, like it's not a vacuum, it's a blower, but you plug it in. It's for PCs. It's not like a, you know, I don't crack out the DeWalt leaf blower or anything. But I have like a little blower that you plug in, and I sort of move I have a standing desk in the garage. It was that FlexiTail one, actually, or FlexiSpot, where it goes up and down, which is really handy. But I sit that in the garage doorway, and I just sort of, from a distance, just blast away, get most of that off, use a little brush, just dust away, getting it all off. With your fans, you've got to be careful not to let them just spin. I always sort of hold them and blast them and then dust them off with a brush. I lightly or carefully blow the motherboard down and the GPU. I don't like blast it at full pelt. And then if there's any excess, I'll use a little draft from it and then just use a brush to just dust little bits here away. Sickness! This was from CitizenCon Direct last year, talking about strike groups, which is some content coming this year, in fact. Yeah, I bet you are, Ruffy. A lot of people are like literally just upgraded their PC before this whole AI crap hit the fan. You first played Star Citizen with a 1050 Ti. What was my first one? It will have been a GTX 660 and an i5 3330 was the first time I stepped foot into the burst. And that was mostly set to low. Yeah, a lot of people are Surgic. Welcome, by the way, mate. I've been saying that the AMD 9070 is doing well. A 970. Or I remember when those cards came out, and I didn't, at that point, I didn't even know that, you know, NVIDIA GPUs were like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, depending on like the quality of, or the, you know, the power. I was just like seeing all these other cards coming out, being like, oh, they're nice. But I went from a 660 to a, I think I've gotten rid of them. If I haven't, they're in the attic, but I'm pretty sure I got rid of them. To a 970, in fact, maybe even a 970 Ti. That was an MSI one with the dragon on. I like that. And then I think someone gifted me a 1070 Ti. So maybe it was a 970, then someone gifted me a 1070 Ti, which was cool. E-Hawk, how you doing? I know, EVGA. I bet by the time I finish using this as a stream machine and my EVGA 3080 is, you know, obsolete, I bet there will be some collectors out there. Are you using the same case, Apon? If you have a baby hairbrush for summer, she doesn't use anymore. Well, I have brushes that I use for watch cleaning that are very, very soft. I also have some that came with the blower, which is designed for PC cleaning. So I tend to just use them, but if there's anything like remotely detailed, I'll just get a little watch brush. Flood, how you doing? You bastard. There are people that played Star Citizen on their dad's PC when they were 6. Yeah, now they're like, what, 18, 19? Mental. I read that benchmark difference between the 5070 Ti and the 5080 was pretty small given the price difference. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, you have the same one. Yeah. Yo, fruit. Yeah, horsehair. Horsehair is generally a good one. I do tend to use synthetic mostly for things though, but you know, they make brushes designed for it. I'm not going to use a paintbrush. You still have 3 of your old graphics cards. Need to get mounted. Need to get them up on a wall just to kind of show them off. You're finishing the new PC build this evening after making a few mistakes in ordering parts. Do you know what? I think I did something like that. I think I ordered the wrong RAM at one point and I had to sell it on eBay and then get the proper RAM. Unfortunately, it wasn't during the bubble. Yeah, I think I might have sold mine on, but I still want to eventually get my brother into Star Citizen, but I would need to build him a PC first because he's not going to want to do it himself, I don't think. Yo, Loud, how you doing? Oh, 16 gig of VRAM, very nice. Stormfire, I am fantastic, mate. How are you? Did you get a chance to watch the video I sent? No, I haven't. I'm so sorry. Now that we're back on normal procedures, I should be able to catch up with everything. I do apologise, mate. It's been this last 2 weeks. Do you know what's weird? Before the holiday, like our trip away, I was so on top of stuff. Got content ready for the week ahead, you know, full week, and kept up with stuff. Got back, Christmas, and then New Year, and I was completely, like, not prepared. Because I was so prepared for then. I didn't think coming back and not, you know, having work days, I was just... So everything has just been... And I've been trying to get this Pimax video done for so long. But now that that's out of the way, now that we're back to normal, I will be getting back to normal stuff. How are you doing anyway? Are you good? You went from a 1080 impassive to a 5080. Oh, I bet that was a beautiful jump for you. Hawk, welcome. Yeah, that 5080, that is a mind-blowing jump. Thank you, Loud. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, I'm glad to see that. A lot of it is just a perception change to make you enjoy the game from being annoyed at the game, right? Just a change in way of playing. Mohawk, how you doing? Tips for someone starting out. Just got the game. I couldn't really figure anything out, so I installed and installed. I think to start with, either jump into Arena Commander. Firstly, exclamation cult. You are one of us. Even though you've uninstalled it, you are one of us. Exclamation cult. No, hang on. Arena Commander. Jump in there first. Get stuff set up. Get your controls set up, your key bindings, you know, get used to the control scheme and whatnot. And then from there, jump into the PU and just start with hauling of cargo. Doesn't have to be huge amounts. What ship are you using, by the way? But yeah, just get on with that. Start learning the ropes. The trouble is, there is a lot of things right now with this particular build that are problematic and creating a lot of issues for people. And if you are new, you're not going to know whether it's intended, whether it's a bug, you know, how to work around it, and so forth. But nothing earns better than just experience and just getting in and playing. Google often, absolutely. Or, you know, if you're playing while I'm live, or join the Discord. There's so many people in there who know answers. If I don't know the answer, they will. So it's definitely worth just getting in and practicing and getting on with it, and praying for hotfix and bug fixes. But yeah, get it reinstalled. I mean, maybe even just wait until the next patch, or at least we start getting an update, because right now it's in a bit of a dodgy state with this latest build, and we need them to get back to work and start fixing things again. But welcome to the verse. If you've got any questions, ask away. I'm sure I won't be the only one with an answer there. Yeah, during the winter break, it's best to assume it's nothing to do with your own build. It's them. Cubsut, welcome. How you doing? Yeti, how you doing as well? You're building a remote-controlled Tumbril Cyclone today. Now, that I want to see. You're going to have to drop that in Discord and in the post. Thank you. Oh yeah, 3080 to 5080. That's the step up I'm going for. Vetcos, thank you for the follow, by the way. And I will get a coffee. Talking of hydrating. Not quite hydrating. I'll get a coffee, and then we'll jump in, and we'll see if we can do anything. Because I don't know how it's going to go. Thank you for the follow, Mohawk. Right. Thank you, Loud. Appreciate that. Ermac, welcome. You're downloading Star Citizen as we speak. Pledged an hour ago. Partially thanks to me. I'm sorry. I'm only kidding. When you jump in and start playing, if you've got any questions, ask away. We can help. I have yet to see the VR video. Any chance of a quick response? How do I find VR? I am utterly mind blown by playing in VR. I knew I would be interested in it, but I didn't realize how infatuated I would become about it. The detail and that sort of that scent. Like, I'm looking at my dashboard in the cutter, and I'm physically feeling myself wanting to reach out and press a button. It's that real. And just when I was flying around the Astor's clearing area, when I landed, I sort of looked behind, and I just saw this whole... I've done it in TOBII before, where you look behind and you can see it, but literally being in the ship was mental. But as I say, my favourite thing about it, which is ridiculous, is inspecting every single item I have up close. From med pens, handguns, knives, grenades, fire extinguishers, anything I can hold in my hand, I was inspect, and I must have spent 40, 50 an hour just looking at stuff. I am dying to get back in again. The trouble is, I've got to ideally turn off my PC, plug in the USB. I don't know if I need to do it this way, but, power it back on again, drop everything to low in the graphics, and then, you do the stuff like launch Pimax, launch Steam, and then jump in. It's not super easy plug and play. There's steps to be taken. It's easy, but there's steps to be taken, which puts me off. But once they continue to optimize and streamline the process, CIG this is, it is definitely going to be a way for me to play long term. But not when I'm streaming or making videos. Yo, monkey with a gun, how you doing? Yes. Yeah, first quarter of this year, Johnny, an X3D2. I may even go for that by the time it comes. Number on hope for 2026. To be honest, it's just getting it more playable. There's so much we know that is intended to come this year, and the one thing that I'm most excited for is Genesis. But my number one hope is just immediately this year to rectify what's gone wrong in 4.5 and get it all playable and smoothed out again, so that as an org, or even just solo, or anything, any number of players, we can jump in and play consistently without issue. I miss that so much. We haven't done much org stuff because of the crash. I haven't been feeling the want to play outside of the VR stuff because of, well, not being able to get in and stuff like that. It's just, I wanted to get back to that. How am I doing, Uncle Married Mac? How's the family? We're all good, thank you. Yeah, having a great time. Summer's a 3-year-old going on 90. Such a narcissist, it's crazy. But that's quite normal for 3-year-olds. But, it is what it is. But no, we're having a good time, thank you. How are you and yours? All good, I hope. Cruise looks for everyone. Alright. Let's see how this goes. We have stuff to do. Money to be made. But I have no idea if it's going to be possible. I'll wait for your invites, guys. There you go. I couldn't get in last time, so hopefully joining on someone. Although that was a different account, but hopefully joining in on someone I'm actually going to get in. Yeah, thank you, Stormfire. I will certainly give it a watch. At the moment, I'm still just planning on getting a 5080. I need a win where I can get it, and that so far seems to be the best way at the moment. Mueller, what is the org Discord for the Off-Grid Alliance, guys? Has anyone got a link for Mueller in YouTube? Swollen ankle, and your big toe has gout. Oh, flipping egg! That's not a good start to the year. Hopefully, it gets resolved soon. Oh, I'm in. Oh, I need TOBII. Hang on. Can't play without head tracking. What is this nonsense? Oh. Bear with me. Just rearranging the desktop, and now I've sent that away. Come back. Right.
Hello?
I'm hearing you, but I'm wondering for how long.
Yeah, probably until I get on board the ship, then it goes up.
Yeah, I'm expecting the same. I'm also playing with HDR. Let me just try turning it on. Seems to be doing all right. When I used to try and use HDR before, the game would crash. I don't know how it looks for you, because I don't think it... Does it look worse or better, or is it really bad? Did that do anything? Wait, where's head tracking? Oh no, don't tell me something's gone FUBAR.
I don't think OBS supports HDR, so it just converts it back down to SDR.
Oh, really? Okay. In that case, let's just turn that off. Oh, I see. There we go.
As far as I know.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it not to be something that can be shown, unless I even tick up the option in, OBS. People aren't going to really benefit from it, are they? It's jaw-dropping. It really is. And the shittiest thing about VR is that you cannot show it. You just cannot show what it feels like in a video. Yeah, we have loads of snow at the moment. You must be sending it our way. Wait, has VoIP gone already? Deacon? I use TOBII for head tracking. For me, it's the best option. But there are other options out there. Yo, lights. Yeah. Do you know, if you saw my video recently, when I was flying around, do you still hear me? When I was flying around chasing that train, I felt myself leaning into the corners and feeling like I was being, like, thankfully I don't suffer from motion sickness, not yet anyway, but it was the weirdest feeling, like I was sort of being thrown around. Yeah, we'll go into Discord. Didn't even last 3 minutes. It wasn't even 3 minutes. Hello. Did you hear me?
Did you do the thing?
I did. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, you did.
I know. Yes. I actually, before I went live, I turned it off. I closed it and reopened it as administrator, and I thought, you guys will be proud.
Well, I would have been more proud if you set it as default, so it does it automatically.
Yeah, I should probably do that, shouldn't I? So, our plan is then to go through to Pyro. See if we can sell this gear. Let me show everyone what we got, because we can't sell it in Stanton, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no way of presenting VR to anyone. Even if you've got VR and you know what it's like, you see a video of someone using it, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't. You don't feel it. Like, you know what it feels like, but it's not the same. Ooh, flipping heck.
You're bouncing around now.
Oh, shit. Where are you?
Behind you.
Are you? Oh, I see you. Okay. Go with me. That was a bad choice.
That looks sketchy.
Yes, I'll go back up again.
Did you get your controls to work again? Your sticks?
Yeah, but I had to rebind everything on the right stick. Nothing would work, I know. So, flipping an iron. Yeah, TOBII is brilliant. It really is.
Did you remember them all? Or have you written it down somewhere?
I pretty much remember them, barring maybe a couple that I have yet to do, but they're not the most important ones, I would say. Such a pain. But it's now joystick number 4. It was number 2 before. Oh no, now it's joystick number 3, sorry. Yeah, you can bedlog planet side.
Sounds like Windows have added like a virtual keyboard or something.
Yeah, they've done something. It could have been when it was when I plugged in Pimax. So it must have been like, oh, there's something else. Let's make this something else as well. Yo, Zero, Joshua, how you doing, guys? Oh, 7.
Yeah, let's change everything except the new thing.
Tell me about it. So stupid. This is why I always get put off doing these kinds of things with, you know, peripherals, and it's the same reason why I don't do and take tons and tons of different sticks and test them out. Because it's just, it never remembers stuff. Wasn't it cool to share with your viewers? Someday graphene may replace silicon, and if they manage to do it, heat in PCs will possibly no longer be a problem. Could you imagine heat not being an issue in a PC? That would like redefine everything about PC building if heat was never an issue. Rules of trading, Xana. There's not really... So, when everyone sort of says, like, what do you do? Like, how do I play off-grid? Or what rules do you enforce? You do it how you feel it, right? I generally... I would say the only hard and fast rule, or maybe there's 2 hard and fast rules for off-grid gameplay, and that's not going back and forth to main landing zones, and logging out in your bed, in your ship. They're the only 2 sort of things that I would say really constitute of being off-grid stuff. Man, the desync, where it looks like we're taking off every 2 seconds. Other than that, you can decide where you sell and so forth.
Sensitivities are...
Yeah, you're definitely not on the ground right now.
Are we not? I know we keep sort of lifting up and then belly flopping down again. Oh yeah, the VR's viable. VR is viable with 5070. I'm using a 3080. You know, Sandman's using a 2080 Ti. It's viable. You just got to drop the settings down further. But you know, with starcitizen now using Vulkan, there's a lot of options there to do that, and they will continue to optimize, which will increase the, you know, graphical settings that we get to use as time goes on. Where are you all? Am I looking out the wrong door?
You are almost humping Apex ship.
Worse things have been done. The Max, sorry, yeah. But yeah, you know, again, as I said in the right at the end of the video, to sort of clarify, VR right now in Star Citizen is not just plug and play and have fun. It is experimental. It's just like Star Citizen is. It's a work in progress. So you're not necessarily having an easy, great experience the whole time. It is still a work in progress. But where we are right now with VR, in terms of it being A, natively supported, and B, very usable and enjoyable.
Okay.
It's only going to get better. So, if you want a flawless play experience, wait. If you want to see what it's like now, and don't mind you know, those little quirks of having to get it set up and the problems of that, then go for it. Cthim, welcome. What does HMD stand for? Because it automatically changed that for me.
Head-mounted display.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that because it automatically does that when I put on my... Oh, shit, you're waiting for me, aren't you guys?
Yes. You have to fly your own ship.
Yeah, I forgot. I thought we were... I was waiting for APOC to come on board and start taking off. He's right there.
I mean, I can if you want, but I would have to leave the Avenger here.
Yeah, no, I realise now because we're going to Pyro, aren't we? I'm just losing my mind. Oh, I'd like a bit more power to the engines, please, Misk. All right.
Your elevator's open. Let me get that for you.
Oh, sorry, I can get it. I can get it.
Just close all doors.
Oh, it's not bound. Yeah, hang on. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, now that's become number 1.
On its way up.
Thank you. Ugh. That's been switched to the number 1. The button box is number 1 now. What does that even mean?
Such a headache.
Oh, it is. Flipping Windows. All right, lead the way. Oh, hang on, I need to set landing gear. Ah, my goodness. Landing gear, where are you? Movement, maybe. Deploy. That one. And then retract. Toggle VTOL. What's toggle VTOL? That's on a different stick. That seems to not have changed. Okay, I'm finally on my way.
Landing gear up. Shields off.
Now have you bound everything?
Nope. Yeah, can we get the off-grid? It's called Off-Grid Alliance 93, but I can't remember what the link is. Can someone put a link in YouTube chat for Off-Grid Alliance players? Is living the dream for real? Living off-grid has been a dream of mine. Not quite. It's welcome, Lance and Zul. It's a great way to play, an alternate way to play, you know, compared to anything else that you may do in Star Citizen. But it's still with its limitations, with the game not being completely, you know, up there with finished. Yes, absolutely, Ramon. You can't even begin to appreciate what VR is like. Absolutely. Hold my... yeah. I think it's also reset my sensitivities, so we'll need to go through that again, but that's fine, because I was planning to do that anyway. Well, I mean, I don't think that app would work, because I already do the thing where you're supposed to, you know, mess with, like, save the, whatever it's called, and I copied and pasted the user folder. Are we slowing down or what? Yeah, okay. It was because of Windows just messing with it. That's what caused it. It changed the actual numbering of the controls. So the button box and the stick. I think the button box was generally number 3. The stick was number 2. Now that's number 1 is the button box. And the stick is number 3. And this stick is number 2. So it must mean that Pimax maybe is number 3? I don't know. Alright, I'm spooling now.
Maybe it's those Joy-Cons, or what you want to call them, those joysticks coming with it? Because I can't see the VR taking priority.
Well, maybe, but I don't know, because I only ever plugged one in to charge it, and it was in the front I/O. It wasn't in the back, and it was, you know, it was just to charge it. I don't think it necessarily... I mean, you can update them, can't you? But it could have been. Deeds, how you doing? Gene, welcome. Got a microslop, yep. Rhino, welcome. Yeah, at least for keyboard and mouse, it all stays the same. What are good planets to find stuff for off-grid? Microtech and Hurston. Or Bloom. Or Monox. I would say they're my go-to places. But I am hopping around a lot more this season, and I plan to go to places I don't usually go as well, like a lot of the moons and planets of Pyro I've not explored. So, you know, Hurston looks gorgeous, has a lot of points of interest, just like Microtech, just like Monox and Bloom. The rest are kind of fine, but visually I prefer those other ones. But yeah, as soon as Nix 1 comes along, I'll be moving there. Anyone heard about the patch cycle? Will they continue? So they haven't specified exactly what the cadence will be, but in terms of... They did sort of relate it to this year, where still a focus on quality of life, performance, stability, while continuing on with a similar patch cadence, where we're going to see maybe not one every month, but every other month, or maybe for a long run we'll have one a month, and then it'll be every other month, and then it'll be, you know... I think the difference we're going to see this year is it's not just going to be about improving what we have, it's also now about rolling in a lot of significant features that, I don't know why I said I don't think there's another one, that could require quite a bit longer testing. So it could be that, you know, we're going to roll out crafting in the first patch, but the first patch might come a little later because crafting needs a little bit more time to cook. But then it might be one every month. This last year, it wasn't one every month. It was kind of... It was almost like, for a lot of time it was, and then we missed one or two, and it came a bit later. It was more like 10 or 11 patches last year versus the 12, if it was monthly. This year, thankfully, they're not going to quarterly, so we are still going to get a lot more than we used to. But I just think it's going to be bigger, beefier patches with very significant, impactful changes, while also improving what we have, which will reduce the amount of what we see. This is why I'm kind of thinking we're not going to see base building, because there's so much more that needs to come first. I suppose Genesis being one of the big ones. That could, you know, crafting, that could take a lot of time to be ironed out and implemented before they are essentially ready to start rolling out something like base building. If you get stuck with the devices showing up in the wrong order, you can PP resort. Yeah, I used to do that, but that just swaps them, doesn't it? It swaps one to the other one, which the problem I had was the left one was absolutely fine. The right one in the button box had been changed. Oh, that's what I could have done, I suppose. So if I'd have done PP resort devices joystick 2 and 3, no, 1 and 3. Now that I've figured out that that's kind of, I mean, yeah, that it wasn't that simple, but it's in a way it could have been, I suppose. Yeah, Jay, the Dead Saints interstellar hauling missions. Oh, very nice with the clipper. I have been ooh and ahhing with VR already. I don't use a gamepad. Others may though. Yeah, Pyro 4's a cool place. I haven't been there much. I know last time I went there was probably with Deacon and Apoc, and there was an invisible rock that took us out. Hector Haim, thank you for the follow, and Core Cod 3 also, or Core Code, thank you for the follow as well. Core Cod.
Where are you thinking setting up camp this time?
I'm thinking Bloom. Just somewhere on Bloom that's nice and cool. Or we could I don't know. I was thinking somewhere close to on Monarchs to close to Jackson's, but the closer we are, the more dangerous it is. And I kind of do like Bloom. You have a preference, or you, APOC? Yo, Taran, how you doing? Nice to see you. We're all good, thank you. Are you?
I don't.
My preference
Maybe
is Pyro
APOC
4,
does.
but it's a long way away from everything else.
I mean, we can do. I don't know how much we'll find around. Is there much to do on Pyro 4, or is it more just to do with the cool vibes?
It pretty much entirely centers around the 2 main trading POIs.
Right.
And the data centers.
Does it get frequented much?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, we could do that. See, I mean, at the end of the day, we can move if we want to. So I say let's try
Paula's
it.
Beach is kind
Oh,
of like
yeah.
Shepherd's Rest 2.
Yes, I remember that place because when we first got it and we had all that really cool clouding and the light shafts bursting through the clouds, it
Yeah.
was okay. Well, yeah, we'll do that.
It is a spectacularly pretty planet. And extremely dangerous.
Oh, we'll do that then. But we'll make sure we're living somewhere out of the way, and we are going back and forth as and when necessary.
Once we get through the gateway, if you guys head for Rat's Nest to sell those stems, I will try and find us a spot on Pyro 4.
Okay. Do I think People Transport gameplay loop will arrive this year with Genesis and E1 Spirit? Not necessarily. No, I mean, Genesis doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the transport of players or AI. Obviously, the E1 Spirit does, but I don't think we're going to see that until that loop comes in.
They might be getting confused with the Genesis Starline.
Yeah, because is that what Jared sort of hinted towards, wasn't it?
I don't know about Jared hinting anything, but it's a common thing. I see people get confused when we talk about Genesis the planet tech.
Oh, yeah,
and
good
they
point.
think we're talking about the Crusader Genesis Starliner.
Yeah, is that what you're thinking, Real? Genesis, sorry, I see. I think you're right. Yeah, Genesis is the tech, the name they use for their planet tech. It's actually, in lore, it's the new terraforming technology breakthrough that they've found. I'm not referring to the Genesis Starliner. Yeah, sorry, no, that's not what I mean. I apologize. But no, I don't think we're going to see that this year. When we first start seeing passenger transport, it's going to be using whatever ship you have, picking up an NPC from one location and delivering them to the next. It's going to be more simplified, I think, to start with, and then it'll grow from there, and then they'll start bringing in the actual ships that benefit from that. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see that this year. I mean, we may, it depends. I think the best thing we're going to see AI-wise is just the work that's been done on Squadron 42 coming over to the PU, and dynamic meshing probably helping as well a little bit with improving the actual
Got
AI.
a lot of ships up there.
Flipping heck, yeah. Are they all wanting to jump, or are they empty? They look empty, don't they, with them being grey?
I think they are abandoned.
G-Sharp, thank you. I wonder what's happened. Beers and party, please.
Probably just crash, giving up.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's get some beers and party out there. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for the 29 months. How are you doing? Here we are again. Do I need to align there? Am I not aligned? Still slowly moving forwards. Okay, watch out, I'm maneuvering. Aha! There we are. I'm going in, boys. I'll see you on the other side.
Right here with you.
Glad to hear it.
create a bigger tunnel. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yo, Artemis, how you doing? Flipping heck, I can barely see then. Imagine this in VR. There's so much I haven't done yet with VR, it's pretty crazy.
To be fair, there's a lot of things to do in Star Citizen. And if you have to start all over with all of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why it's so cool with VR, because the game offers so much. It's not like most VR titles where, like I was saying, you just sat in a cockpit or you're sat in a racing car seat, you know? There's all sorts. Going to really get the word out for Star Citizen is this whole VR change now. And hopefully they maintain it and keep it going, you know, quite consistently through this year, rather than just sort of shelving it and coming back to it later. Alright, we're here. What was the place called again, APOC? Yeah, well, I think...
To, so I was waiting for you to ask.
Yeah, good. Was it Rat's Nest?
I think so, yeah.
Rat's Nest.
Okay, cool. Just randomly came to me. I do think the Arastra could come this year, but I'm not gonna take any bets. I think it's a possibility.
Oh, I need to refuel before I go anywhere.
Oh, okay. I'll follow you. Who's that? Bellum Actual. Must be heading back through. Look at that view. Flipping heck. There's just certain moments in this. There's many certain moments in this game where you're like, this is pretty cool. Can we not jump to... Oh, I've got thingy marked up, haven't I? While he goes and refuels, I'll just sort of make my way down to the station so that we're together. Yeah, it might even be a post 1.0 for the Starliner, just with the whole NPC crew and so forth. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I don't know, but... Yo, Benjamin. Not right now, if that's what you mean, but you're more than welcome to join the org. We're kind of holding off on doing much org stuff at this time just due to the issues in 4.5. But we will hopefully get back to that pretty soonish, once they get back and fix things. You're a HOTAS user, are you? What are you using? Very nice. Oh, the T-16,000s that you had previously in Elite. I bit the bullet, and with my brother's help did the key... Yeah, that's the worst thing about getting these sticks. Like, you get a set of sticks, and you're like, yes, I'm finally using sticks. And then you realize the amount of time and effort it takes to bind them. It's worth doing, but it can take a while. Yo, Cody, how you doing? No, that was actually, that's old. That was APOC's beer, who didn't drink it. Flipping heck, we're drifting like crazy in this ship. APOC, did he drink it? Oh, he might have drunk it, he just didn't clean it up after himself. That was a previous pilot beer. Thing is,
he didn't drink it because he wasn't on last time.
Terrible. Well, we know you gave it to him when he was here as the pilot, but I think he left immediately, didn't he, after you popped it down?
Pretty quickly.
You're playing catch up. Well, I might have it. Bit warm, moldy beer. So, yeah, essentially.
Slide down my driveway.
Oh, it was that day. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Can't argue with that. He was picking up his 50-80.
Alright, I'm ready.
All right,
Hit
are
it.
you all aligned? Excellent.
Hit it, Chewie!
We're going. Yeah, there's a lot to do for NPC transport. It's not necessarily held up by cargo, but obviously there's a lot more they want to do with cargo. There's also data running that will likely come along next year as well, which is in itself is a similar thing. But there is so much left to do for cargo hauling. Oh, we've got a message of the day. Happy New Year, everyone. Throughout the week, we will be looking through 4.5 hotfixes for live and working on inclusions for the next release. We'll update here once we have hotfix updates and are closer to our next Evocati BTU cycle. Thank you, Zul. Hopefully that doesn't take long. No, it's called Smoltz. The beer's called Smoltz. Is it called Smell? Oh, did they say the Starliner was post 1.0? Okay, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Do I think the Odyssey will be redesigned? No, not essentially. No. There may be little tweaks here and there just to bring it up to the gold standard when they eventually get round to building it, but it's quite a modern... I mean, by modern, we're talking, what, 2-3 years? It's still a relatively modern ship, so there will be whatever is now required based on what they know. But it's not going to be like a whole redesign. Yo, Flockers, how you doing? What was the bug? The refueling bug? From what I understand, it works all right, but I can't remember what was the problem. Oh, I do export. Yeah, always export your controls. Make sure you do that, Ramoyne. So when you've set all your controls up, I mean, you've probably already done it, but you know, go here and then go. Save control. Save it for whatever it is. Like mine is just like gunfighters. And then hit save. And then save a version of that. It's in your user folder.
It only saves your key binding and doesn't save your inversion or sensitivity curves.
Does it not? I thought it did.
No, only key binds.
Well, that's why it's felt off all this time then.
So every time it resets or something happens, I have to go in and set all of them. And
that's annoying.
like Star Citizen has like 6 joysticks, even though I only have 2.
Jeez, what a nightmare! It is the real bane.
Randomizes which one it takes. It's
the true pain of being a citizen isn't the bugs and the crashing; it's the joystick setting up.
That's why I have like 4 or 5 copies of my user folder. Just in case.
Yeah.
And if one doesn't work, I'll try the other one.
That is a benefit of having like a PTU and a tech preview, because generally you can fall back on one of those and bring it in.
Besides that, I have one on a separate drive, and besides that, I have one on my server as well.
Just in case, yeah, it's a good idea.
Just in case.
Yes, you.
I'm not rebinding.
Yeah, you should be able to share your bindings. Yeah. No, absolutely not. I think you can send people your mappings, can't you? And then someone can just install that on their own. Big Welshman, how you doing? 07, welcome.
It works, yes, but if people already have some binds that they want to keep, they get overwritten.
Yeah, of course.
That's the issue I found with the GAMEGLASS thing.
I mean, technically it's useful for if you both have the same stick and one of you is open to just, throw me your changes, and then you can... So as like a starting guide, and then you can alter it. But I've always found, when I see other people's bindings, they are nothing like what I want. Stephen, how you doing? That's a good idea.
Printed out a schematic and given it to Josh, so he can...
Yeah, good idea. So, now you've set your bindings up, go into your key bindings.
Also, like, now, if we haven't played for a week or so, you might forget some of them. Then it's a good thing to have a little side note.
Absolutely. So, if you're following along, I won't do it too fast, because I realise I just went straight to it. So, you go into your options, go to key bindings, go across to advanced controls customization, and then down here with the pop-up, you have all these ones that are kind of like default. There are mine, you know, Gunfighters, VKB1. Just click save, and then save it that way. And then when there's like a wipe or a patch or whatever and things go awry, you can then go like this and install it. So you click on the one that you've saved when you come back in again. So that's my most recent one. And I always, you know, click that, click mouse. This is where it gets me because I've got the SEM module and this, and they've, like, knowing which one is which is hard because A, you don't see all the way along. And then once you've done all that, you press load. And B, wait, why is it not doing it this time? That's weird. Oh, it's because I'm not actually in the controls. So if you go here, look, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It just gets complicated, but a good rule of thumb is just to save it. Save it on, you know, on your computer somewhere. Have it ready to copy and paste. Just an ordinary heathen. What kind of computer do I need to build to do VR really good? I mean, the best you can afford is the only real answer to that. It's even with a 5090, 9950 X3D. Like if you look at Morph, he has pretty much the highest end PC you can get, and he can't run full res ultra VR. It's just not optimized enough yet. It's still experimental, but the best you can afford will get you the best settings. Dr. Cylon, welcome, mate. Hang on, it wasn't you that asked, was it? It was just an ordering. I have a 10900K, a 3080, 64 gig of DDR4, and I run, at the moment, I have only just dropped everything to low. My eye per eye resolution is very much not 100%. It's more like 30% for the Pimax. And it still looks pretty glorious, but I need to just adjust things. I'm getting a 5080 soon, so that will help me to adjust things up a bit. But really, it just comes down to whatever you can afford should be fine. But obviously, there will be a threshold, but I don't know. If you're looking to build something that is, you know, really good VR support, I'm assuming you're not thinking low end. If we can just get VR dev guy to spend some more of his spare time, I said, yeah, just, you know, we need these passion people. We need these developers who are passion people because they do stuff in their spare time and it helps. Yeah, they use roll to twist. Sorry, twist to roll. To me, a roll is this. Obviously pitch. That's yaw. That's roll on my right hand. There's so much, like when I've seen Buzzkiller and Noobifier and all these other ones that have all these bindings, I'm like, no, that's not mine. One of my mustache hairs is like spiking me. It really hurts. Yo, Pathas, that's a cool idea. Switching to traditional aeroplane controls. I mean, it's beneficial as long as it's sort of... At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what setup you choose. Choose what is natural to you, because you will get used to it. You'll get used to it, you know? It's like... In fact, it doesn't matter if you go with something that is obscure, something that you are not used to. It'll feel wrong at first. Everything will feel wrong until you get used to it and it becomes memory, and then you can tweak it from there. Don't be too worried about, you know, getting everything set up to be perfect. Oh, I don't know, Pathas. I've just always done it this way. Yeah, twist. Like, to me, the idea is my nose is going like that. So if I go like that, I'm turning left. If I go like that, I'm turning right. If I want to roll, I'm just pulling it that way. It feels more natural for me anyway, just maybe because of, like, Top Gun, sorry. But I don't know. We just do what we do, don't we? Yeah, exclamation Discord, Benjamin. That should see you right, mate.
So where do we sell this stuff, Apod?
I'm assuming it's just in the main...
Should be the admin kiosk on Rat's Nest.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have pedals, no, just sticks. I have considered it, and it's something that I'd like to get, especially for driving in Star Citizen, but it might be something that can free up another option there, but I don't know what I would bind it to, personally. But there's no wrong way or right way to bind your sticks. Whatever feels right for you and works for you is what you go with. That said, you can, you know, take a bit like with the TOBII settings that I offer. That's just what I use. You might want to use that or change it up as you see fit. It's just go with what works, and then adjust as you need. Yo, Martin, how you doing? How's your tea break? What are you on with today? Where's this hanger? Oh, there it is.
Landing gear down.
Getting a bit jittery, it seems. It's dark in here. Can't see anything. Oh, that's better.
Arrival complete.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh, is that you, Pixel Dredge? All these different usernames. What is going on? I'll remember to get a tractor beam this time. Yo, Billy, how you doing? It did make me a tad queasy. Right. I personally didn't feel any of the queasiness.
And confirm Chola's is still jam-packed with abandoned ships.
Oh, nice. All right, then. Yeah, no, I never felt sick. I did feel motion though. Like it wasn't motion sickness, but it was like whoa, you know, while I'm turning and stuff. It felt weird, but in a kind of like a usually I have to pay for that kind of feeling. Yeah, you have it. But yeah, it's. I don't generally suffer from motion sickness either at the moment myself, so I'm all right.
Total deja vu. This.
Yeah, tell me about it. At least this time we've got more likelihood that it'll work. So dark in here, it's crazy. Oh. I hope Nexus isn't watching. He's gonna. Oh, Joe, I wondered if that was one. It just disappeared on my. It didn't actually disappear, but it blended in with the background so well. Right, is that them all?
That's all on.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that some people, especially those who suffer greatly from motion sickness, will always get motion sickness. There's for some people it's just there's no getting away from it. Whereas others may feel it a little bit less. Thankfully, with something like Pimax, with the refresh rate, the clarity, and so forth, it's not that bad at all. But that's not to say I won't ever feel it. I may, but at this time it doesn't. Yeah, conditioning, absolutely. It could have a lot to do with that. Do you know, going from HOTAS to HOSAS, it really made a difference for flight in terms of being able to strafe in all 6 vectors. But I do miss having a proper throttle at times.
Ooh,
Are you
looked
in?
like you almost fell through there. You just made a step down.
Right, thankfully, no. Yeah, I've used the Quest 2, and it definitely is visibly
Okay.
better, you know, in terms of quality. But then, of course, I kind of see it similar to like TOBII versus Beam, where you're paying a lot more money for something and you are getting a lot more quality, but there's ways of getting into it without having to spend a fortune. It is all just about how much, you know, where does your personal price to performance land? Which everyone is different, right? Setup is kind of the same thing, though. You need a third. You need the main thing.
Lady here.
Cleaning lady. You know, you need to download software, use external like OpenXR or SteamVR as well, and then dial it in there. You need to spend time sorting that out. You need to make sure you've got the right sockets to use and stuff. It's not like plug and play and super easy to get into, but it's not super long-winded either. And the game, thankfully, being natively supported, you're not having to fashion it in some hack.
Hello.
Oh, it worked. 29 grand.
Splendid.
Yeah, I was half expecting to see a fail then. T for torch. I ain't got my helmet on,
didn't
Ramon.
want it. That's for sure.
You what?
Grimhex didn't want it.
No. Yeah, so after spending so long, Xana, in VR, you overcome it by just playing with it and getting used to it. I think that's something that a lot of people will, especially if you spend a lot of money, you're more inclined to be like, forget it, and be annoyed at it. Oh, not to say that you won't ever pick it up again, because obviously you're spending a lot of money, but it's good to know that even if you do suffer from motion sickness at first, some people will get over it, you know, or get through it and become accustomed to it.
Fine.
The purpose of rolling in space is due to every ship.
Some people even play so much VR that they get motion sickness from reality.
Oh, yeah. Coming back out again.
Coming back out, they're like,
Every ship has a optimal vector or angle. Either, you know, yawing, like the speed to yaw versus pitch and so forth differs. So for some people, for some ships, it's more optimal to roll and yaw than it is, sorry, to roll and pitch than it is to yaw. So even in space, there is a reason to roll.
Getting there.
But we are talking mostly combat, right? But every ship, it's, you know, we're not just talking aerodynamics, we're talking actual maneuvering thrusters and all those angles and changes and, you know, determining what the best for your ship is. Like I say, some ships do prefer just rolling. Some people, some ships, sorry, yawing or pitching, they all have different values to each. They're going to be changing a lot though, but generally. Come on, helmet on. There we go. But generally, they'll remain within the area that they're at. It's not like in the frames around here, is it? It's nice to see this cargo hold empty, though. Yeah, just make sure you've got a bucket to hand. Oh yeah, no, I agree, but it's still, there are still optimal ways to maneuver, even in space. I'm not, you know, the actual, if you look at the values of, what the flip, what's up?
My ship just went into the landing pad, but it popped back out.
Oh, desync,
Right.
I'm guessing. The values of what your ship prefers, be that a roll and a pitch or a yaw, are still, you know, important factors when you're in knife fighting, dogfights, and every second matters. It doesn't have anything to do with air. It is all to do with your thrust and your speed at which that thrust can move you. Yes, but in order to get your nose on is what matters. So if you look at the values on, say, Urkel, certain ships prefer and are quicker at yawing versus rolling and pitching. I mean, I'm repeating myself, I realise. Maybe I'm missing the point, but am I wrong in this, guys? Sure thing, Kevsky. You too, my friend.
Launch sequence complete.
Alright, where are we going now? Oh, Christ.
We'll get to route to you.
Pyro 4, was it? Oh, yeah, we can just route to
for
it.
Pyro 4 right now.
Oh, okay. But what I mean is,
No.
that wasn't you, was it?
Yes, it was.
Where are you respawning on this ship? Maybe.
Oh,
Should I hang on?
I'm
so you
respawning back home.
Where? Back in Microtech?
Yes.
Oh, nuts. Yep. Yeah, I mean...
I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, sure thing. I don't know, I kind of feel like it's to do with the values of what they provide per ship, and certain ones will be quicker at getting your nose on target by rolling into something, rolling into your turn, versus just yawing and so forth. I could be wrong, I don't know. It's not something that I have studied all too much. Oh, it doesn't come up like that, does it? That's the one. I am right. Somehow. Did that work? Am I... Actually, I'm not routing to it at all, am I? Let me just... What is going on here? Why am I looking at this? This isn't what I want. Tell you what, let's just come out of there. Oh, I'm in SCN mode. That shouldn't matter though, but that might be what's happening there. Let me try that again. Benjamin, thank you for the follow. Let me just try. You know what? Let's just free jump. Unless I'm out of fuel, that's why. Hang on a minute. I see the problem. Is there a HUD anywhere, actually? That might be a quicker option.
The pads are underneath.
Ah, okay.
I hit one of those stupid little tiny antennas.
Yeah, I saw it. I heard it. I heard the explosion, looked over to the side and saw a little cloud of poof.
Such a tiny thing. Apparently they have a collision.
Apparently so. It's when you're upside down and you don't realize you're upside down and you're looking straight at a landing pad, but you can't recognize it because it looks like the up part of.
It's right on your left, up, high.
Oh, okay.
Right there. Further left.
Further left.
See where the duos of AAT turrets are? Each one of those is a pad.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Is it going to be big enough?
At least one of them is, but it's tight getting in there because of all the hangy down bits.
Okay.
Your space assignment
Yeah,
has been
watch it.
revoked.
It has
To
collisions.
acquire a new assignment, please contact EDL services and
Benjamin, thank you so much, mate. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Hopefully, it's just going to get better and better. With less problems. 8.5K. Whew! Holy smokes! Anyone else having issues in 4.5 where ships drift like you fly? Is it not? Is that actually a thing then? Because I've noticed my ship seems to be drifting a lot more.
Launch sequence complete.
I have noticed that, and I didn't know if it was me just not paying attention to my speed, which is kind of a common occurrence.
Landing gear up.
What is going on with that and all? Is it because I'm going backwards? There's just like weird stuff happening, which I don't usually notice. I think that might be Pyro 4. No, that's Pyro 5, which is close to Pyro 4, isn't it? So we've got to... Let me just double check this. I think they're both very, very close to each other. Like almost making out with each other. Oh, it's routing now. Okay. Oh, it's because I didn't have fuel. That's why it didn't route, wasn't it? That's better. Oh, I should have just punched it. Dr. Cylon, thank you for the follow, by the way, and Xdot, thank you also. You've had bad drift, Super. What is going on? It might be the drift that got you, you know. I need a wee.
Oh, maybe.
I'm noticing.
It was just the wing.
Things are
Tip of
just
the
drifting
wing.
weirdly. Sorry, Ape, I'm just going for a wee then. Tegan. There we are. Yo, broccoli. Engineering added thruster alignment, and they forgot to tell anyone. Is that what's happened? Oh no, it's been in the game for years. Is it? Okay. Installation has been completed. Now on to at least 2 hours of binding. Mac, you crack on. As I say, if you've got any issues or any, you know, troubleshooting you need doing, ask away. Just let us know and we'll help. Oh, so the keybind editor guy is the same as the voice attack guy. HCS guy, is it them? Your shop wobbles when I haul something. Your ship wobbles when you haul something. Always thought of how crazy cargo is loaded. Well, there is mass is calculated to some degree. So, you know, if you have like a Hull C, a fully laden Hull C, it'll drift massively. So there is that, but I think there may be other things at play right now. Yo, Ulysses. You have a Super Hornet too, so I'm debating changing my second fighter, the Guardian MX, to a Connie Phoenix or an F-8C, but not sure what to do. I mean, having two fighters may be a little pointless, I guess, if they're very similar on paper, or, you know, I would say choose the one you like the most, and then a Connie at least would offer a bit more varied gameplay. This is the Max, yeah. Thank you, Zero. Yeah, the map, what was it, 3 years ago, 2 years ago? No, 3 years ago. They updated the map, they showed routing and how they can do routing, and they, you know, we got the internal maps, which is very cool, and obviously allowed for things like the screen. But the downside being is that they haven't updated it since. How do we delete it again? Is it just delete or something? Oh dear. How do we delete? How do we delete this? But yeah, the whole actual, you know, star map itself, as cool as it is, it's become annoying again. Quantum travel is obviously annoying. That needs to be completely redone, as we know they will be doing, which will hopefully be a this year thing. Might take a little bit of time, as what's his face says, but they'll get there. And waymarkers. I'm hoping this is the year we see waymarkers finally for the star map, where we can place a marker and always return to it and sell that location. I mean, maybe Genesis is required for that, you know, to work alongside the star map. I wouldn't be surprised. Yo, free speech. The new hotfix had better be a good one. Yeah. The trouble is, a lot of this stuff I don't think is resolvable via a hotfix. I think certain things need proper fixes, but hopefully this hotfix will rectify a lot of problems, and, you know, we can kind of get moving on again. Oh, it's definitely not a 318. Welcome, Kat. How you doing, by the way? It's definitely not a 318. Unless you are literally
Holy
unable
smokes,
to
there's
play.
a lot of ships. Even outside Port Trustler, there's like Hammerheads, Corsairs, Connies.
Wow. I wonder if people are just crashing a lot. Like, if you are unable to literally get in and play, then yes, you are experiencing a 318 problem.
Lots of disconnects.
Yeah.
Lots of people getting
My
annoyed with
Moby map
bugs.
isn't working at all. Any workaround for that?
What you can you free jump and maybe try it then?
I did, but
Yeah.
I don't have a
just
map.
blank?
Not even. It's just blank. Yeah, no locations, no
Multi-forward,
nothing.
come back.
Yeah, people for like 3 months on end couldn't play Star Citizen. Whereas, you know, since this patch has come out, which is what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I can't remember now actually. It's playable. There's just a lot of issues. So it's you know, it's bad where it is right now, but it's not that bad. It started out as the best patch, and it's slowly become not one of the worst, but not far from it, because they're on holiday, so they're not able to keep up with the fixing like they could have with a previous patch, if that makes sense. Max, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There's something on your end, I think that needs to be looked into on that cat. If you're crashing to desktop every time, is anyone else experiencing that? That will probably be a PC thing, or maybe an easy anti-cheat. What hardware are you using? So if the Moby goes blank, if the Moby map goes blank, land, get out your ship and try it then, or get back in again maybe.
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, you've picked a nice place here, eh, Pop?
One of my favorite places in the whole game right here.
What stunning landscapes. I mean, windows are always sloppy garbage, aren't they? Yo, Soggy, how you doing? Landing at a station or a pad can fix it, apparently, as well. Thank you, Soggy.
That's gonna be difficult when you can't jump to it.
There is a problem there, yeah.
Just Alt F4 and come back, it'll fix.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Diamond Star. Mentioning, you know, Ivacati soon for the next patch. 4.5.1, maybe 4.6, whatever it is next, is coming along. They're getting straight back on it.
Yep, that worked.
Lovely job. Alright, I'm coming in hot. Oh, you've got it right on the edge. I like it.
There should be a flat spot around here for you to land that.
Yeah, this isn't quite, is it, where I am over now?
It's not quite, but it's close.
What about this bit here? Does this look alright?
If you come back towards me, you should be able to put it down here.
Okay. What, where you are, yeah?
Yeah, if you put your nose pretty much over where I am,
On this angle?
and yeah, hold that direction.
Okay.
And yep, that should be good right there.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Engines off.
Yeah, exactly, Stormfire. It might be a Windows 11 thing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a 4.6 comes this month. Absolutely. Or maybe not a 4.6. I think there's a good chance it could be a 4.5.1, perhaps. Yeah, it must be a conflict in some way. Yo, Ghost, how you doing? Yeah, a lot of people are saying switch to Linux. At the moment, if it was a lot more supported, then I probably would. But for now, I'm quite all right. It's just we have a lot to deal with Windows, don't we? As Windows
There's the
users.
usual things he can do, like make sure your system is time synced and removing any overlay, all driver update, BIOS update,
Yeah, true.
remove any overclocking, or even if you just use it as to see FPS, remove it anyway.
This planet is hot. Does it have oxygen? Oh, yeah, that's just the elevator.
It has oxygen. It's only 5 degrees.
Oh, it must have been an issue with inside the ship then, I guess. I don't know why I would think that.
Maybe
when I
you're
was
on
inside the
fire.
ship. I'm always on fire. Flipping elevator button doesn't want to work now. Anything else, Misk? Yo, Sir Lagus. New player here, really loving this game and everything. I love the ship battles and FPS, PvE stuff. Any ideal missions to target? Yeah, I mean, if you're doing stuff you enjoy, keep doing it, you know? If those sorts of missions are what you enjoy, then, you know, keep going for the mercenary stuff, building up your rep, do the ghillie stuff. A lot of this stuff that you do, as you do more of it, you will unlock reputation, with the corporation or the group or the gang that you're working for, and it will open up other contracts for you. But the trouble right now is a lot of them are just very rinse repeat. You know, they're very much doing the same thing over and over again. But yeah, what else do we recommend, guys? I'm gonna approach you from behind, APOC, and appreciate the view. Not of your behind, just of the... Turns around immediately. Oh, you've taken your socks off. You're really getting yourself settling in.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the highlands of Pyro 4.
Arr, they're beautiful. Oh, no, that's a pirate. Hang on.
One of the few places in the game that
Oh,
you can watch
hi.
the clouds go past underneath you.
Oh, yeah, I never thought about that, actually. Stunning.
Also, up and to our left is the rest of the Pyro 5 system cluster.
Oh, yeah. Wow. This, I assume this has full-on day-night. We're not on a pole or anything,
yes.
are we?
Yeah, we're not too far from the equator, actually.
Okay. Yo, Nerva. You only use Linux. Starcitizen works fine here for me, too, with Mint. LUG installer script is great. Oh, okay. It's definitely something for the future for me to look into once I've got stuff set up and going, because it's... Oh, that's the other thing I was doing in VR, was looking at all the plants. It was like... I was leaning into them and seeing everything and looking at the... A lot of that footage I just didn't put in because the video wasn't that long, but I spent a good amount of time just looking at everything. Yo, Scar, how you doing?
One of these days, I'm going to find the highland that's next to one of the oceans again.
What do you mean? You what's that?
There's several of these highland biomes on Pyro 4. This
Right.
one is very landlocked. There's land in many directions for many kilometers. One of the biomes is only a couple kilometers away from one of the oceans, and the views you get off of that ocean from the top of one of these hills is unreal.
Nice. It's not over. That's not the ocean over there, is it? In the direction I'm looking in.
I don't think so.
Just for the immersion. It looks blue, but I don't know if that's just the sky where the sun... It looks like a very different type of blue, but it sort of matches the fading. Oh, yeah, I'll go and get a drink. Yeah, I need a drink. Let me go
Yeah,
grab some.
the distance fog on Pyro 4 is bluish, so...
Oh, right, okay. That might explain that then.
Yeah, the nearest water should be several hundred kilometers away from here, so I doubt we can see that far.
Oh, that's true, yeah. TOBII doesn't work with Linux, and as it stands, I don't think they're looking to even change that, which is such a shame. I'll have to press on them at that and see if there's something they can do. No, he's not saying Pyro 4 is tidally locked. He's saying this sort of boot, or this land mass is. That's the fuel pot. I've gone the wrong side. What's your ETA, do you think there, Deacon?
Arriving at the gate now,
Copy.
so it's gonna be a little bit.
Or should we take a look down at some of these ships that you've been seeing, APOC?
We can have a look. If you give me a second, I'm going to grab the other helmet.
Yeah, all right. Still have a tub chair aisle? Do you mean as in me sitting right now? I have, I don't have a tub chair. What's a tub chair? I have a flexi spot ergonomic chair. Look, it rebound it again. Really weird how every time I log in...
It does that at every patch.
So annoying. That might be coming with the whole persistence stuff that Chris mentioned. Yeah, has anyone tried Beam with Linux? Does that work? Or is it a similar, maybe a similar issue that they're dealing with? Yeah, I used to have a DX Racer, but it just got worn down and worn down. And then FlexiSpot, I want to say FlexTail, which is to make those little camping things. FlexiSpot offered a sort of promotional thing. And I, you know, after switching, my lower back pain just disappeared. Crazy. The storage SEU container changes have been the worst. What are the changes? But I don't know what's coming in the next patch or a 4.6. I mean, as I say, the next patch isn't necessarily going to be, you know, a big patch. Welcome, Fire. How you doing? Linux. Oh, Linux. Linux. Yeah, you know, it might be a 4.5.1 that we get just to kind of rectify some issues that we've got. Or they might just be like, let's just go straight to 4.6 and push on with that.
Alrighty.
But I don't know what we'll get. I'll leave the directions to you, mate. I think inventory is a likelihood. The inventory update, whether or not we get back-end stuff as well, I don't know. Because they are planning to do some updates to the back-end for inventory. But I don't know if that's going to be, you know, coming with the inventory changes to the UI or if it's later down the line. Further updates to engineering, I would think, is something they want to do to push it further to where they intended it to be for 4.5, but didn't quite get around to doing that. Yeah, I highly recommend ergonomic chairs versus, you know, gaming chairs for comfort and just your own structure. So Beam and TOBII don't work, do they not, Taint? But can be made to work with some
Oh,
workarounds.
it bounced me back to that.
Oh, the jump point.
Yep.
So that bug's come back again then. Yes, my DX Racer started peeling off as well. It was like, ooh, what's this? And it just looked manky. You got a heated car seat for playing Star Citizen. Now that's the way to do it. Sometimes when I'm streaming and it feels like I've been streaming for a while, not in the sense of, oh, I want to finish, but it just feels like we've been at it for a while, and I look and I think, it must be nearly time to end. And there's like an hour and a bit to go. I'm like, yes. Now, what a view. Although saying that, we can't really get attached because they're going to change. But I assume they'll change but remain looking somewhat similar in terms of like coloration and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm hoping they at least thematically stay the same.
Yeah, it would be a shame to lose some of these visuals that we've gotten used to, because they are beautiful. Oh, it's quite a clear sky around here today.
Quantum travel.
Yeah.
Our open source drivers for TOBII, but it's early on and you can't say when it will be stable for normal use. That's good. You know, hopefully it's something that can... I mean, you would hope that someone like TOBII and Beam would adopt it natively or allow it to work. I don't understand how it works though, so I can't say they should just do it. It's a bit like people saying to Star Citizen developers, come on, surely it's easy to do that.
There is a lot of reverse engineering of the TOBII drivers, even for games that doesn't natively support TOBII. You can usually find a mod that makes it capable.
Oh, okay. I mean, ideally, you know, if you're spending any form of money, you wouldn't have to really, but ideally it would be them getting it working with TOBII.
Yeah, but then again, it's not really solely up to TOBII, right? Sometimes it's up to the game developer
True,
being like,
yeah.
nah, we don't want to support that.
Very
And
true.
then the community comes in and says, we're
Hola,
gonna make
Alex.
it work.
Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, mate. I'm sorry. Well, no, true. Buenos días. ¿Cómo está? Yo, Durban. Some companies like to incentivize gaming peripheral companies, game devs, etc., to not support Linux natively. Really? What is that? Oh, it's an upside-down Hercules. Well, that's an interesting position to be found upon.
It's a C2.
Okay. Are you trucking
Showing
tomorrow,
game
Oz?
rolls.
Oz7, my friend.
Looks like mostly stock parts.
Is it empty cargo-wise as well?
Yes, but it says it has an ATLS on board.
Oh, that could come in handy. Do you see it?
No. It looks like it's had a really bad day, though.
It does look like it's somewhat on fire, even though the smoke has risen to the roof. And it's upside down, I don't understand. Oh. Hup, hup, hup. Giving a bit of a love tap.
Somebody has slaughtered
I don't know
Guardian
if I
here.
can get it over.
I love the Max. It's a great ship, especially for a small crew. Oh shit, are we in the ground? Are you seeing what I'm seeing here?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good. That means it might not be happening.
Yeah, every time I come in from bed logging and open the side door, that's the view I get. And then I run to the pilot seat and it's fine. It's like, what?
Do you think it's
What's the matter with you, Deke?
Hooting, yes, it can be, welcome mate, it can be repaired and flown. Well, I assume it depends on what's gone wrong. But you can definitely salvage it, you can take the components, you can take the items. I mean, maybe not the components. These are all size 3 anyway, aren't they? Or are they size 2 in here?
They are, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just curious about the ATLS, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. I mean, if we could... I take it the flipping this ain't gonna work. We could try and pop it. See if that reveals anything or releases anything.
Take quite a lot to get rid of that thing, I think.
We can look on for a different ship if you like.
Well, there's plenty around.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's sweep them all, see what the best pick is.
We've also
but
got
yeah, you
at
could
least
probably repair
3-4 caves on radar.
Oh, shit, really? Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I can see him sitting down. Let me give it a go. So I don't know if you heard that, but there are
One of
actually
these Avengers is actually parked right
3 or
next to it.
4. Oh, yeah. Oh, I am seeing them. Holy... Oh, so many.
I love Pyro 4.
Yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah, yeah. Two of them. I wonder if it's the same person's Avenger returning after being eaten by Copian.
Well, the one up here on the hill is pretty much done. That Atlas Quantum Drive is grabbable. No, it isn't, because it's not visible.
It's a flipping Avenger.
Hang on, let me see if I can pop it.
Okay. Definitely game rules, yeah. So the way to find random players' ships is just to fly around to places that are frequented by players, because generally that's where you will likely find you know, a ship that's been left for whatever reason. Like, we don't know why this person left it. A lot of the time, it could just be that they crashed. The game crashed and they couldn't be bothered, or they got killed and they can't be bothered. Eventually, as time goes on, this amount of like debris lying around of just dead ships will reduce, because we are going to be encouraged to keep hold of your ship and not just keep claiming it. But these are all ships that have generally now been claimed by the owner and no longer owned by them, so they're fair salvage. But yeah, you just go to places, you just learn where the places are that most people go to. So is this to try and grab the component out of it?
The quantum drive, if we can get it.
Okay, I'll go and have a look. And some places are absolute hotspots where you're going to find a ton of ships. Other places, just dead, nothing. But yeah, these are all player-owned ships. Well, they were anyway.
You should be good to exit.
Okay, I'm going down. I maybe shouldn't have taken the elevator, but we're doing it. It could be a backspace and leave. Yeah, they may have done that. It could have just been... It could have been... There's multiple reasons why someone would leave their ship. Okay, where is it? In front of us. Oh, no, I see it.
Just the left side. Should be able to take a look-see through the door.
Yeah, I'll have a look and see if there's anything grabbable. It should open. Don't want to mind.
If that back ramp isn't working, there's a door between the front and rear sections that might have visibility. Not seeing any components in there though.
No, in fact, what I can do, if I've still got this on my back... Oh, it just disappeared.
Ah, yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, never mind. Can't put this away now either. Ooh, come on.
Open your Mobi and close it again.
No, I think there's just a bit of a delay. It's been doing this a while where it'll just take a bit of time for it to finally be put away. Alright,
That's always the excuse I use.
Is it possible to live a peaceful life, explore with as little fighting as possible, and still make money? Yes. It's all possible. The difference, the only real thing to consider is you don't know if it's going to happen. You know, you don't know who you're going to bump into from day to day. But if you immediately see someone run, chances are you will get out of there, or you know, you just avoid people. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yo, J-Dub, if there was a wipe tomorrow, what one ship would you keep to make money back?
Head to Charles proper now.
To make money, probably just the Vulture, if it was specifically making money that I was after. Okay. But I'm not overly fussed about making money. It's more just enjoying the gameplay.
Oh, it's a wolf. I'll check what the components are.
Do we know why claiming a ship is... just because of bugs. They made it so because the majority of time people needed to claim a ship was due to bugs.
Stock.
And it was just annoying. And they... and people got sick of doing it. So until they sort of clear all the bugs away, that's just going to be the case. But now with the economy, crafting, and all these other aspects coming along, it is going to slowly start getting to the point where, you know, the claim timers will go up. Oh my lord. We're struggling here. So yeah, claim timers will go up. The price of insurance will go up to try and now that we needed the ability to repair our ships as well. that's starting to become more of a possibility. I'm getting a real sudden dip in frames here.
Ooh.
Is there a Polaris nearby?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Not seeing any.
Is that a vulture? What's that? No, it's a SRV, is it? Or oh, it's a raft.
Looks like an upside down raft.
Mm,
That looks like a slideshow for you, Ryan.
it is a bit, yes. Let's try doing this one, Matt. Ah.
All three of these are stock.
Oh, flipping heck. That's helped a little bit.
Landing successful.
Alright, well, we'll drop these to high. Or very high. That's made it worse. Funnily enough, because probably they're all rendering in right now. Tell you what, we'll leave it. We'll leave it at photo mode. Oh no, there we go. Spin around, let it all populate. Okay, might be alright. It's getting there. Yo, Draco, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh my lord, it's like trudging through syrup. Yeah, as they get to the point where, you know, claiming ships isn't a necessity due to bugs. What is going on? Oh, taking the helmet off. I meant to put it back on again. Everything is just suddenly lagging down. Let me just put the photo mode back on because it sounds weird, but it was working pretty alright. Facemaker John, how you doing? Thank you for the follow.
We're turning water sim down to low if you get a chance.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. We are around water, aren't we? Yeah, you see, that's improved it. Tipping it back up again. I was kind of up there and then lagging a bit. Yeah, weirdly, turning it down to very high. Oh, hang on, now we're moving around again. Things are going a bit iffy.
You want me to try and get out of this area while you mess with lagging too hard?
Well, the trouble is, it's probably this area that's causing it. And we want to explore it, don't we? Is that us flying or someone else flying around us?
That's Deacon.
To the side.
Oh, yeah, we might.
I was just thinking while you get the settings switched over so you're not doing it while you're lagging, because the stream is currently seconds per frame, not the other way around.
It's weird because it's going up to like, I mean, you can do, yeah, you might as well. Because it's going up to like 28, 30, and then I turn around and it goes down to 1. Post 1.0, Chris Roberts will announce fire can now damage your hair. Could you imagine? Singeing your hair off. Yeah, it's probably my PC chugging away, to be fair. CPU is at 100%. Oh no, now it's the GPU. GPU's at 100%. CPU's at 80. Okay, it seems to have settled down now. Kind of. I don't think it's connection. I think it's just the PC's struggling. I think that's it. This is often what happens after a while. especially going to more denser areas. Something's happening now.
Red targets.
Oh, it must be AI, are they? Are they approaching us? Yo, not a fan. Stream is dead. Is it? Is it dead? Is anyone else not seeing it?
Bleeped out.
Yeah, it's really chugging down here at these places.
My stream has completely stopped.
What, of me?
Yeah.
It completely frozen. Is your OBS saying it's dropping
stopped.
frames?
No, not that I can see. Drop frames 154, but it's not showing anything right now. 0%. It says encoding overloaded. Consider turning down.
Yeah, the encoder core is overloaded. Okay.
Bear with me, guys. Set to high quality.
Oh, the stream is like 5 minutes behind for me.
Oh, is it? Oh,
The audio.
flipping heck.
Something that worked for me that might work is upscaling to performance and then turn everything except texture quality and volumetric clouds down to low.
So, upscaling to performance, which I've just set it to, and then set everything to low, barring what was it?
Everything to low except for texture quality to medium and volumetric clouds to high.
So, texture quality, medium, and volumetric clouds to high. Okay. Yeah, everything's smoothed out now. We're at 50 odd frames. Has the stream caught up? Is the stream less laggy now? Can you
I'm
guys see it?
refreshing the check right now.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I refresh and it's just a still picture.
Oh,
Yeah, your
boy.
OBS is gonna take a second to catch up.
Yeah. Just wait and see what's happening here. Let me just check my hardware acceleration thing, because that should be off. Where's the hardware acceleration thing? Because that should be off for me, but I remember turning it on, and then I think I turned it back off again.
Hang on.
You can... Oh, 30k.
Oh god, stars are just 30k for me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, got a network error too.
Oh boy. I don't think that's got anything to do with it, because you guys weren't suffering at all, were you?
No.
You guys
No.
see me back yet? Has it all settled down at
It's,
least?
the hardware accelerated thing is system display graphics in your Windows settings. The Windows settings into system, then display, then graphics, and then in advanced graphics settings, hardware accelerated GPU scheduling should be off.
Display. Okay, looking for that then. Yeah, it's off. Yeah, cool. Okay. So, have you guys gone back in yet?
No, I'm trying to rejoin on Josh, but it gives us a 60k error.
How's the stream looking? Anyone seeing me?
Better.
The stream is back.
Yo, prisoner, how you doing? It's working now. Yeah, try refreshing. We should be back in. Yeah, just keep kicking you back out again.
It's joining a random server, so we're not going back to the same server we're just on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that 30k
gosh.
that's gone for good. Welcome back, everyone. Glad you could join us. We just 30k'd. If you've just rejoined us, we've just 30k'd, so... Ah, dear. I don't know. Can you be bothered to go back in and try? Or should we just call it for that one today?
We've got an hour and 20 left on stream.
Yeah.
We can theoretically at least find a resting spot.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. We can try and do that. Where are we starting again now? Is it going to be Microtech or will it be the space station?
The last place you landed, probably.
In the jump gate station.
So you guys will probably be Rat's Nest.
Oh, of course, yeah, Rat's Nest.
I'll be back at Microtech because I didn't request a hangar to refuel.
Probably be at the Pyro Gateway.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll all just try and meet back at Pyro 4. And we'll aim to just find a spot to land and live. And then when we come in next time...
If the 30k protection worked, your Star Lancer should be there with you.
Okay. Yeah, because we have all that gear on board, don't we? I mean, this is what you were saying we were worried about happening. Thankfully, we sold the cargo, but obviously there's a lot of gear in there that we wanted to keep. But it is what it is. We kind of went into it knowing it could happen. I'll just chill and chat for the moment until we get in, and then we'll try and find a spot to live. That was a bit loud. Apologies. In fact, let me have a pee first. Yeah, we'll keep trying. We'll eventually get in, and we'll just kind of surmise about what we think is coming first off. I have actually started writing my predictions for 2026 in the video, so we've got that to run through.
Thank you. Oh, I'm back at Savage.
Oh, we're back in. This must be Rat's Nest. Let me just grab a cider. Let's come to that now. Yeah, me, Deacon, and APOC, we mentioned, or we spoke about the potential of how problematic it's going to be in coming in today and playing. And, you know, do we want to take the risk of losing our ship and our gear? And we decided we didn't have anything that we considered to be super detrimental if we lost it. Are you guys back in?
Yep, I'm back at Savage.
Yeah, you'd only just made
Okay.
it back. Yeah. And so...
First in L3 for some reason.
Oh, that's weird. And so we just decided to try it.
No ship here.
Yeah, brilliant. That's not the way. But it is what it is. You know, we need them to get these hotfixes out so that they can bring 4.5 back to its glory.
At the bottom of the hangar shaft. Oh god.
It's all going well for you today. Yeah. Stranger Scout, how you doing? Do I need to ask how the service? No, you don't need to ask. Yeah, let me get that link for you, Mullet. I see you're still asking. Sorry, mate. That's not it. Do we have? Can someone get a link to the Off-Grid Alliance org? If you go to the starcitizen org page and just type Off-Grid Alliance, what's happening? It'll pop up with the name.
It's stored here and also needs to claim.
Oh. Has it been working all right for you then, Draco? I can't remember what the command is. I will find it for you, don't worry. Yeah, same, it's saying it's stored, but I need to claim it. Let me try go into a hangar and see if that does anything. Thank you, Stormfire. I won't have time, my friend, but I appreciate it.
I wouldn't claim it.
No, not yet. I'm trying to go to my hangar and just see if I can actually get it that way.
If it's sitting on claim like that, it means it's probably not finished doing the anti-crash protection.
Oh, the store thing. Okay, I'll leave it for now then.
So it should if we just leave it there, let it sit, it should eventually show up at the location we're currently at.
We'll be talking a while
was
though.
there, but it just didn't come up the elevator.
Unfortunately, the more stuff you have in the ship, the longer it can take to reappear.
Well, we'll just leave it for today. It's clearly not wanting to perform and play.
Yeah.
Hopefully by the time... I mean, I don't think it's even going to have a hotfix out for Wednesday maybe, but we'll see. We'll just try again then and see if it works. Keep poking. Boop. Let's just chill out and
Might
chat.
be worth doing
Oops.
something chill like the ship meet on Wednesday. Just hang out with the org.
Yeah, can do if you think it's going to be all right in terms of even getting that many people together. I mean, doing anything that is substantial isn't going to work, but we could at least try and just gather as a group, like you say. It shouldn't be as overwhelming, maybe. What do I do in the org? I don't do anything. All right, good chatting. We'll try this again later on.
Okie dokie.
Catch you all soon. Yeah, I tend to just be like, oh, I quite fancy doing this. Let me speak to Deacon and APOC and see if that's possible, and then they make it possible, and then they coordinate with the org and the leads within the divisional leads, and we all sort of communicate, trying to make things happen. I just kind of get in the way. But let me get that link for you. Hang on, Mulet. So. And then, as I say, I'll run through what I... So the video that I'm working on, or the script that I've kind of got going right now, is what we somewhat know is coming in this year, as outlined by Chris in the letter from the chairman. What is potentially coming this year, what I predict is coming this year, and some outliers that, you know, may show up, but is equally maybe not. Let me just get this link. So, orgs, community, organizations, there it is. I need to remember what this name is. Type off-grid. No, that's not it. OGA doesn't seem to show. Oh, there it is. Off-Grid Alliance. So... There you go. So this is the Off-Grid Alliance. This is, no, you're not a bother, Mueller. You're not a bother, mate. Not at all. That's the Off-Grid Org, where, again, you don't necessarily have to be a part of a group or anything. It's just a resource where if you are wanting to sell things, trade things, acquire things, need help, need support, you can ask and request. Deadman, how you doing? While you guys are in Pyro so much, do you run into murder hobos? A little bit now and again, but not all that much. When there's more people playing, potentially longer, but yeah, it happens a bit more than... Well, I'd say it happens more in Stanton right now than it does in Pyro, because there's more content and missions to do in Stanton. Oh, did you, Draco? Sorry, mate. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I missed that one. Thank you, sir. Yeah, she's the biggest known ship to be player controlled. I mean, this is old footage. It doesn't look anything like this anymore. This is the video that sold me on Star Citizen. Where, you know, he showed off this 6 degrees of freedom in the Hornet. And he was walking around in the Bengal carrier. Now, we're going to be able to build one of those. I'm sure that'll be a fun target to do together. I've been watching your videos and figured I'd stop and watch. Thank you so much, by the way. I have a question about RAM. Would G-Skill's Trident Z5 Neo RGB series DDR5 216 gigs at 60 be enough to run this game? Yes. 32, I mean, in my wish list, but it's 850. I would say leave it. What are you running at the moment? 850 should be getting you 64 gig. Not 32. Oh, you had 64. Oh, sorry, you had 32. Yeah, I see. So technically, yes, 32 gigs should be enough to run this game. Provided you're not doing too much else other than playing the game. If you're streaming, you know, doing other things at the same time, then it may be a little bit harder for it to run. But technically, 32 should be enough. I only upgraded to 64 because of the work that I do, which is this. So I needed that extra headroom. Having more is definitely beneficial, but you should be fine with 32. The downside is you're going to be spending... Like, that's exactly the RAM that I was planning to get for my new build. The 64 gigs. And it, as you say, it shot up to like 850. But there's no reason why, you know, you can't manage right now with 32 and then potentially get more. It sold you on Star Citizen, well, Lister. Nice. So let me just run through what... briefly, this isn't like a really big deep dive into every single thing, although I'm sure I'll waffle on quite a bit. Let me just turn the screen down a bit. I turned it on to HDR mode, and it's just so bright. So now I've turned it on to eye saving mode, which is so much nicer for my eyes. Yeah, if you can get hold of 16 or 32 gig of that RAM for a price that you're happy to pay for it, do it. Now, so firstly, as we know, CIG are coming back to the office today. So it says they will look throughout the week at 4.5 hotfixes for live, and they're working on inclusions for the next release as well. So what they're saying is they're going to work on whatever hotfixes they can do right now for a hotfix sometime as soon as possible. And then they're also looking at what they can fix for 4.5 in the next patch. Now, they're not saying it's 4.6. So let's not just assume that it's going to be a 4.6. It could be a 4.5.1, which is often the case. When we get a new patch, there is often a point patch afterwards, which is intentionally used to target the worst of the fixes or the problems that can't be hot fixed. So I'm personally expecting a I mean, I could be wrong. It could be 4.6, but I'm just saying. Usually or regularly, it's more recently. It's been say 4.5 comes along, 4.5.1 will come along with things they can't hotfix to fix the things that need to be fixed. That makes sense. But they are looking to push it to Evocati soon, so we will hear more about it as time comes on. Now, where are we looking? The first thing we're going to see this year, as we have seen last year, performance, stability, quality of life. They're going to continue pushing through this and improving what we have, making it more playable, fixing the bugs, improving little areas here and there just to make the quality of life better. Again, we don't really know exactly what the cadence will be in terms of releases, but they said it will be similar to this year, to last year, where it's around one a month, but I would say a bit less than that for this year. Still focused on quality of life, performance, but also now rolling out more features. And as Chris outlined in his letter, this year they're intending to upgrade many core systems, like item recovery, moving to Tier 1. And then maybe Tier 2 this year. I don't know if they can do both. I hope so. The inventory system, as we know, what he's talking about here is the core system itself, not just the UI. So they're going to improve and upgrade the inventory system as a piece of tech, not just its visuals, not just its UI. Insurance, which is going to have quite a big part to play, maybe for Tier 1 item recovery more so than ships to begin with. But it may also be including in ships, items within ships, cargo, that kind of stuff. As well as cross-patch persistence, which is a big one because every time there's a new patch, people's things that they have bought, scavenged, traded, collected, or whatever can go missing and come back and whatnot. So that will be nice. Yes. One of the big changes coming this year are the social tools. And to get more of an idea of what that involves, do check out the social... It was a CitizenCon panel. The social something from last year. Not CitizenCon... Sorry, it was the year before last. It wasn't CitizenCon Direct. It was the one before that where they had a panel where they talked about all the updates coming to the party system, org system, finding players, you know, black marking players, and so on and so forth. And that is something that will be absolutely needed. I'm just going to shut the window because it's getting a bit cold now. And, you know, I suspect that will also include improving VoIP, sorry. Let me just mark that down, actually, because... In fact, that can be the next one in my list. Bear with me. What else has he mentioned? Nix, of course, one of the big focus points for this year, as they stated at CitizenCon Direct, is that Nix is going to get fleshed out throughout the year. So for that, it means further, bringing the Kiga Belt, bringing in like locations and points of interest within both the Glacium Ring and the Kiga Belt, like abandoned bases, criminal hideouts, and stuff. So that'll include lots more places to visit and maybe missions associated with them. There will be new missions as well, like Rockcracker, strike teams, the ability to rearm, repair and refuel our craft on ships with hangars, like the Idris. Yo, Dr. Cox, how you doing? Thank you. What was that one called? That's the social video. The social universe. So watch that one if you want to know what it entails. I mean, watch the whole of that CitizenCon because it's got some good stuff in it. Yes, they will redo the current planets. So I think the plan is to start with Nix 1. Now, this is the question. It'll start with Nix 1, which is the sort of hero planet in the Nix system. Then I assume it'll be Nix 2 and 3. Whether they all come at once or it's Nix 1 and then later down the line this year, Nix 2 and 3. Then they will either, I don't know if, like, we don't actually know if they will go back and do all the old planets first and then bring in Castra and Terra, or if they'll just do it all simultaneously, or, you know, bring the new stuff in and then go back. They haven't specified exactly which order they're going to do it in. But all we know is that Nix 1 is first. I'm assuming, or I would guess, that it would be Nix 1, Nix 2, Nix 3, and then maybe go back and do, you know, Stanton and Pyro, but as we keep saying, the big question really is just how fast can Genesis work. That will determine, I suppose, the order of business and whether we're going to see Castra all this year or next year or whenever. So, a lot of unanswered questions there, which hopefully we'll start getting answers this year. But yeah, they will go back and do all the old planets and get them all up to snuff, because they all need that technology. But yeah, that's the one thing that I'm most excited for is Genesis. Just because it opens up, it's not just visually incredible, there's all the tech behind it that support all the other gameplay elements, including, I would think, base building. I think the part we won't get for sure is the bulk of the organization tab. Well, we don't know. If it's a full refactor, it would include everything. But again, it could be little bits or everything, and like you say, I don't know. Did I miss something? No, they're not good right now, Colonel Ma. My game started chugging like crazy, so I started reducing all the settings, and then we 30k'd. And then we respawned in different places. APOC was at Hurston. Deacon, or Tony, at New Babbage, I was in Pyro, and none of our ships were claimable, so we're just going to leave it for today and see when this hotfix comes. The economy will continue to get dialed in this year as well. That's something that's been an ongoing thing for, well, definitely this year, because the economy team was essentially fleshed out this year, and they've just been trying to dial everything in. You know, this means like everything: running costs, mission payouts, values to everything. Everything has a recipe, right? Everything requires like multiple resources to craft, to create. Be that a tiny item up to a space station. Lister, thank you so much, my friend, for supporting the channel. Hey, I have some emails. But yeah, every single item in the game is made up of various elements and resources that need to be gathered. They need to be then processed and then delivered and then sold. So it's a big thing, right, to get it right. And we need all of it to be dialed in. And as we get crafting, that will help to, like, there'll be a lot of changes there. But hopefully once crafting is in, that'll essentially give the recipes for everything and most things, and they'll be able to sort of gauge it from there better. And it'll just slowly become more and more accurate. There will always be things way out that are wrong, but it'll slowly become more and more accurate. Vigius, thank you for the follow. 07 Lister. Squadron 42 should be coming next year. This year, sorry. That's, nothing's changed there. They're still planning on that. So, fingers crossed all is good there. And as I've mentioned before, that, you know, there's a lot of polish to come over from Squadron, either before it releases or after it releases, which means things like character animations, interactions, lighting, audio, all these areas that CIG are now spending a lot of time polishing up to the standard of not just a AAA game or a releasable AAA game, but a quadruple A game. I do honestly think it's going to hit that quadruple A standard that I have yet to see in any game, even ones claiming that they're quadruple A. By the by, though, I think once that transition's over, it should make the Persistent Universe feel more like a polished game, even though there will still be bugs and problems and lag and, you know, all these other issues that multiplayer games have and a work-in-progress game has. Overall, the general feel of it will be much more polished. Dynamic server meshing will be coming this year, which also means greater player counts, expanding up to thousands of players. And I am assuming they'll do it similar to how they did it when they pushed to what we're at now, which is, 700-800 players, where they just incrementally increased it. That was quite an exciting time, wasn't it? Where it would sort of jump up and then get optimized and jump up again and keep going, and then it'll be brought back down again. But they want to go to thousands. Like, we're already at 700, 800. It's not going to be too much of a push when dynamic meshing comes to increase it to 1,000 and beyond. It's just how many thousand, I wonder. That is going to be interesting. And of course, the rest of the game needs to support that. It's like, oh, we've just updated VoIP. Now it supports 700 people. Excellent. Well, we've just pushed the player count to 2,000. Like, okay. So, other areas need to support that, and that should be a this year thing, according to what Chris is saying with his letter. Yeah, I absolutely will play Squadron in VR. I did think about that the other day, actually, and how cool that's going to be. So, instancing is also something that will be beneficial from server meshing tech, and this can lead to anything. This year, I don't know what we're going to see. Siege of Orison, definitely. Whether we'll see the underworks of Nyx, or any other instanced content, I don't know, because this is the year of proving that tech, getting it working, and putting it out there as an actual, feasible, usable product. So yeah, I don't know how far they can take it or what else they will use it for initially, but it could be used in small scale and large scale. Siege of Orison and then the underworks, they're relatively medium to large scale play areas for instancing, I would assume. Whereas you could have a very simple, small mission that takes you to a very small area that you can keep going back and forth to, and it doesn't have to be huge. But the scale there is constant, right? Ship refining, I suspect we will see this year with the Expanse. As John Crew said, it's going to be an expansive year, so I'm expecting the ability to refine with ships. That could be partly why we see a lot of changes to space station refining, getting it so there are variables there and benefits and trade-offs to using ships versus space stations. Maybe it's to do with the scale more than anything. Crafting, I suspect we will see. Well, we know it's kind of going to start rolling out this year, starting with FPS stuff like weapons and armor, and then increasing in options, which obviously plays, and all this stuff connects, right? It all connects. The economy, crafting, inventory, engineering, refining, it all is interconnected. So it's an important thing to get it all to the level where it can connect, and there's no weak link. Inventory, of course, being one that we've just spoken about. Engineering will continue to flow and get updated with what we have now, and pushing it to where it needs to be, and then slowly bring in things like gravity generators and the other components. Also getting all the other ships that need physical components physicalized. I hope they improve keybind mapping tools. There's hundreds of buttons, and it's... Yeah, I mean... I've not heard anything about them stating that they want to update that yet, or anytime soon, but we definitely do need that. You also need to consider that their burn rate is too high to wait to release Squadron 42 for much longer. Their burn rate? What do you mean? I mean, I don't see them intending to release it later or taking any longer than this year. They will absolutely, well, I say absolutely, they will certainly be aiming to get it out this year. But 1.0, I don't know if they seriously plan on getting it out in 2028. I don't think they will have a deadline, an internal deadline, that they will be seriously aiming for. But like anything in Star Citizen, there is no, this is a fixed thing. If it's not ready, it'll change, Amir, how you doing? I personally think VR is very much worth buying for Star Citizen. It is just reimagined the game for me. But there's a lot of factors involved in that, right? It's It's not. It's still experimental mode. The game isn't finished yet anyway. VR is expensive. It all depends on your situation, your level of priorities, and all that kind of stuff. But for me, playing Star Citizen in VR, and I haven't bought it, so it's not like, you know, I haven't bought the Pimax. I'm using it temporarily. So for me, if I had to buy that, would it be worth it? And personally, yes, it would. But thankfully, I don't need to right now. But when they are like, okay, send it back, I would consider buying one and saving up for one. But yeah, I think for most people, unless you are diehard VR people, wait until it's more optimized and more tuned and just ready to be more plug and play. But at the same time, there's a lot of fun to be had. But also consider your PC. Is it capable of that? Of handling that? Is it? Like, I have to run everything on low, but I'm expecting to do a little bit more upgrading to help there. Oh, how much money they're spending, I see. Yeah. I hope they sorry, Ridge, Happy New Year, mate. Thank you. Are you well? So flight updates are things that I think we'll continue to see rolling out this year. It's not necessarily going to be all or nothing. It's going to be, you know, tunings and tweaks and things coming in, but we will see the flight model change in a bit more of a drastic way at some point, I would think, where they remove nav mode, and then you're dealing with the differences that brings. But we need quantum travel changes as well to be updated there, so I'm expecting it to be a this year thing. I know, what's his name? Yogi. I know Yogi has, I don't know about this moment in time right now, but I know recently he had said he still has to work on converting quantum travel to work in a multiplayer environment from Squadron single-player environment. So there is still quite a bit of work to do there, but I'm still expecting this year will be the time that it comes along. Thank you, Benjamin. It's not my off-grid alliance, it's the Pandalorians, but I am certainly alongside him, helping him, and taking feedback from people within the org. I have my own org, I can't start another org, but thankfully the Pandalorian was like, let's do it. And I said I will help, but it's not like I can't invest too much into it yet. Hologen, thank you so much for your Prime sub, my friend. That is very much appreciated. Personally, I think, this year has been the best year, beers and paddy, please, for them financially. I don't tend to bother looking at their financial sheets or all that kind of stuff. I couldn't care less. Of course, I don't want them to go bust, but I don't think we're in any fear of that happening. And one thing that they will always do is make sure that, well, money is a big driving force behind most decisions, but not where CIG is concerned. Obviously, they still consider everything, but really, it is about putting out the best thing they can do. They have all the resources they need to create a game that is as good as it needs to be without cutting corners. Which is why we haven't seen it release yet. So, I am not concerned. They will keep making it the best it can be and injecting money into it where necessary. Because it's important that they do that to make sure that the game is released and as good as it can be. I would not buy any VR yet if you're looking at more budget sets. Wait for the... Yeah, wait for the... There's other options coming soon, isn't there? Like you say, Steam Frame, Pimax Dream Air. There are other sort of budget-friendly options as well that may be better than what we have on the market now, but at the same time, if you're dying and desperate to get into it, then absolutely do it, The Pico 4 is a good place to start in VR. Decent specs and cheap second-hand. Yeah, consider second-hand sets. Absolutely. Scanner, signature updates, radars. We've started to see some of this start rolling in now. Occasionally in the PTU, like Evocati builds, or tech preview builds especially, we will see like little FPS radar things slipping in, which shows they're heavily working on it. We know they are anyway. We can now scan for caves, so, the radar is a physical component now as well. So the signature system as a whole, which incorporates FPS and ship, radars, scanners, and all that entails, it sounds like that's slowly starting to make its way in. And now that engineering is here, that would be a big hold-up for the scanner system, for rolling that into the PU, because every item gives out its own signature, or varying signatures, and that's important. So yeah, now that that's kind of there and they'll polish out engineering, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of the signature system start to get exposed and brought into the game as well, which will be very good. Yo, Nemathon. Yeah, it's been quite a crazy year this year, hasn't it? And hopefully if they continue on this trajectory, then we should start seeing it just go up and up. They're in no fear or worry of running out of money. But they don't have $930 million sitting around, right? They've spent that. They haven't spent that. They've been spending as they go. But it's testament to last year, the amount of funding they got based on how playable the game was. People genuinely wanted to play and spend. So genuine question, since technology, AI, new game engines, etc. are developing, is there a possibility that Star Citizen is taking too much time for release? No, they're future-proofing their game by continuing to develop and leave space for updates and improvements. Like, they're still building their engine. There's, it's not a finished, fully fledged engine, which means it's still up there with any other, game engine that you would class as a top game engine. AI, they will certainly utilize elements of AI, but they also future-proof all their things, graphics, Genesis, all their technology to be scaled for the future. It's not just, here is now what the graphics will look like, that's it. It's, we will update the graphics, we will keep going, and we'll keep building the engine, and we can, like people that were like, oh, you need to get whatever it's called with Nano, and it's like, they don't need that. Firstly, it won't support Star Citizen in that scale. It's not designed to do that. And secondly, as Ali Brown said, they could essentially work their own nano system if they needed, but it's not needed. Yeah, already up to 8K. They have what they need, and they will continue to develop it further for what else might come up at the, Yes, I agree, Raga. I agree. Star Engine is superior to Unreal 5, but they are two engines that are used for different types of games, But the fact that you can, we don't quite have the visuals that you see on something like Unreal Engine's tech demo. But the point of Star Citizen isn't a tech demo anymore. It is a game that we are playing that is working as a game. And the visuals are already incredible. Once Genesis gets here, I would be very intrigued to see a side-by-side comparison with Unreal 5 and Star Engine. Yes, it is the name of their engine. Lo and behold. I don't know what you were expecting. No, Raj, I'm not a Star Citizen developer. I've just been a backer from almost day one, I suppose. So I've, and this has been either a part-time job or a full-time job for the last 10, 11 years. So, has it been maybe 12 years now? I don't know. Yeah, 2014, so 11 years. So I've been very much on the pulse of everything they're doing. That's not to say I understand everything they're doing, but having a community around me of people who often do certainly helps me to keep up to snuff. I don't think they will, Trey. I don't think they will license it. They don't need to. There's no need to do that. They don't need the money. The money will come from Squadron. It'll come from the PU. There is no need for them to license anything. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But at this time, I don't think they have an intention to do so. So, modding is something that's a bit 50-50 in my mind, Jonesy. I can see them deciding against it, even though it's something that was, I think, part of a stretch goal. But then I actually feel like they will, but with strong restrictions. Like, you're not going to be able to just mod a ship into the game. Maybe a badge or an outfit or something that is lore friendly, potentially, but there's still the chance that they just won't do modding at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But We don't know either way. So anyone says definitely not or definitely yes, ignore them. Yo, Anderly, welcome. Yes, I plan to pick one up soon, in fact. But not for Squadron 42, I wouldn't think. Sorry, I just realised your question there. I would love to own and drive a Lister Jaguar. What's one of those? Well, I don't think they're going to do private service. That's the other thing that I don't expect, but was kind of intended. We'll see. Hacking is something that I think we'll see this year. I believe that's something we may see quite early on. Maybe. Because they were working on a tutorial to teach players how it works. Which means it has to be in the state of, ready to release if they're going to actually show us how to use it. Which also sort of ties into, I think, data running. There's the leak, not a leak, the sneak peek of the Hermes, the RSI Hermes. There's a strong thought process from myself and others, in fact. Not that it's true, that the Hermes is a data running ship. And so, in order to use data running, hacking will need to be in so that you can hack into other people's servers and steal that information and so forth. Yeah, I agree. Modding is unlikely to happen. I agree. Oh, Lister are the tuning company for Jaguar. I didn't know that. And I play Gran Turismo 7. But yeah, that's never come into my mind. Let me just get a coffee.
8,
Yo, Quantum, how you doing?
7,
Oh,
6,
it needs water. Bear with me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, I'm out of decaf, hang on. Oh, so unprepared. There we go. Alright, I'm back to it again. Where were we? Draven, welcome. Jarman, welcome. Yeah, well, I don't know with the idea of private service modding. It's all very much a could be, could not be. It's too hard to say right now because they're sort of areas that have changed drastically. Max Skinny, how you doing? Welcome. Like, never say never, but don't get your heart set on it at this time. Yeah, we're not going to see lightsabers suddenly appear. Star Audio is something that I think is already starting to get brought into the verse. Like all these ships that we have, these more modern ships, you hear the soundscape of those, like the Paladin, the Wolf, the Clipper. think they've all been utilizing Star Audio. That even could explain why we are seeing a crazy bug right now that is crashing the game and the audio sort of kicks off. And we dragged that audio bug, it seems, from Nix to Stanton, you know. I wouldn't be surprised, but overall, the audio has certainly been improving from... I can't remember what patch it was. I think it was the patch that I noticed. It was probably the one where... Yeah, the Shiv as well. I think it was the one where they brought in the dropships. Because I remember going down to a Pyro location, walking inside a sort of left alone derelict Cutlass Red from a player that was in a bit of damage. And the audio as I got in faded perfectly. I could hear it all scratching and making sounds, and I went out again and the outside ambient sounds came back into my ears, and as I was walking around I could just hear the distance of the ship and the problems it was suffering from. And it's just, you know, slowly converting everything to Star Audio, which will take time. It's not going to be a flip of a switch. It's going to be a little bit here and there. Everything new after a certain point is now using Star Audio and so on. What would be a 1.0 thing? 1.0 after a 1.0 thing. Yeah, the Wolf was instantly one of my favorites. This year, the Wolf, the Paladin, the Perseus, the Clipper. Oh, they've had some good ones. I mean, we could always, you know, we could discuss and argue the idea of modding and private servers forever, because none of us know until they tell us or until they update us. So I can't be bothered with the conversations because it's like we just don't know. I could see it going either way. Why don't we see drones? Well, I think it's more to do with the tech. They're firstly bringing drone tech for base building. You know, drones will be used in other areas, but base building is where it's going to start, and then from there they will likely start utilizing it for the other areas once they've kind of proved out drones. But, you know, what was it that they took them away from recently? Was it the Apollo, wasn't it? Which they, you know, they're not gone indefinitely. They could come back if they see a need for them. But, you know, Reclaimer, Karak, Vulcan, other ships use them as well. But yeah, they'll roll out initially with base building. Yeah, we used to have the fake drones at Cryastro stations, didn't we? I mean, the 600i is going to have its full internal rework, isn't it, and look a lot better. The Karak, I don't know what they'll do with that. And the Connie, I'm not sure. Could be a little slight change rather than a big change. Each system, social, economy, persistence, spatial meshing, networking, etc. Now you could, in theory, simply force the world map to load and explore various assets offline, but absolutely no. Oh yeah, it's not that it's out of the realm of possibility to do, you know, private hangars, private servers. They absolutely could if they actually wanted to, but I just don't think they will. Because they want the game world to be the game world rather than have people off in their own little thing. But that, you know, they said it's something they want to do. So again, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just, I just don't see it happening. I think we have seen drones in Squadron. Thinking back to all of the gameplay we've seen of Squadron, you know, like over the years, I'm sure we've seen drones. Yes, we did. We saw it in the coil, where that Starfarer was salvaging that ship. We saw it in that coil, didn't we? If you notice, when they're flying through the coil and that Starfarer is salvaging, that you see the drones zooming around, like as they sort of go into it on the cinematic thing. The vertical slice, yeah, they have them. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. If they are using, if there is any drone usage, they never showed that in the hour long. No, maybe not for that one, but then that was a very restrictive. We're in a military ship. We're just doing military stuff. That's not necessarily where drones are being used, industrial side of things, right? Welcome back, Ben. That's true, Nemathon. Yeah, it's a crowdfunded game. That is one of the best things about it, is that if there's something that we really, really want, and CIG are okay with it, they will do it. That's not to say that we're indefinitely, we're definitely going to get crafting and modding and private servers and whatnot. But that's not to say we won't. Yo, cool dog. They showed drones in the crafting video going over this. Oh yeah. They're base building drones. We've seen them in base build. I think what they're asking about in Squadron is, have we seen them in? Are they in Squadron? The base building drones we haven't seen in Squadron. Well, no, the sideness is the that mining tick where you control it. It's a, it's not a drone. It's a controlled mech sort of spider miner, which I reckon will release post Squadron release, which could be this year. That would be kind of a cool little. Now you've mentioned it. Those drones, those sideness drones. I remember. Let me see if I can find this old footage of them because they are friggin' cool. The video is that old. I have no idea if it exists anymore. No, that's not it. This is it. I think this is it. Hang on. Maybe. Yeah, look at this. Oh, they're so cool. I mean, this was Wingman's hangar. That says everything you need to know about the age of this video. Yo, Keith, potentially, but I don't think if you go into a private, if they do private servers, it would have, they've already stated it would have zero impact on the overall Star Citizen economy and world. Oh, does it have automated functions? Yeah, I kind of recall that actually, now you mention it. So, I suppose they would have that kind of function. Where's it gone? There it is. Yeah, like, although I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they would want to move away from, the automation, because they have said that they don't want players to just automate things and leave them alone. But saying that, we know base building, mining, extractors or resource extractors are automated and will tick over time. But, we'll see. Dietrich, welcome. Oh yeah, they're planning to put them in. I think they're just saving them for one Squadron's released. Yeah, absolutely, Trey. Yeah, drones will add a whole other element. Absolutely. And they could be militarized, they could be industrialized, which we know of. All sorts of potential there. They just need to get the first version of it working, which would be what do you call it? Base building. The difference between Squadron drones and the PU drones is likely based on them being on rails and more for cinematic purposes. I don't think we're going to be interacting with drones in Squadron, so they don't need an actual functioning drone system. They just need to give the impression that a drone is flying around, right? So that would just be this drone on cue will fly from here down to here and go there and look like it's doing something. It doesn't need to have the actual process laid out for it, or the AI for it. Have 47 million got eyes on the Aegis Hammerhead? Would this be a good buy? Mark, if you've got the crew to man it, and the missions and content in hand, or the gameplay you intend is gonna accompany it, then absolutely. Otherwise, it is just a ship with a lot of guns that you can't do anything with but fire missiles if you're the only pilot on it. It would be cool to have small drones, like personal ones, to explore caves, scanning areas. Yeah, I kind of like that. I do like that idea. True, Jermaine, it's not a game breaker, but it depends on what scale they want automation to exist versus not. They don't want players to just, allow a prospector to fly down and just mine and be hands-free. They want players to be engaging in it. But I do agree with you, 100%, that I am for automation in certain areas. Maybe tie it to a blade or, something like that. Because I do like automated things, where it feels like I'm doing multiple things at once. But it's more just that they've specified that they don't want us to just, press a button and then walk away. That's all. Chris Roberts also wants the game to have consequence in the game where players must where players plan. And that is absolutely true. And that's a big part of it is you don't just go blindly running into things. You have to plan and plot and figure out. Yeah, well, 6 guns, isn't it? A hammerhead is just 4 gun turrets flying in close. It's 6 gun turrets flying in close formation. But you do have control of the missiles as a pilot. Which, yeah, otherwise it's just turrets. You might as well just have a group of friends in a Fury. No, that's a bad choice. What is going on with Siri? Yo, Scuba. When you fly a lot of solo, then by an A2, cargo, 4 guns, pilot controlled, etc. Well, at the end of the day, the weird thing is the A2 or the C2 or whatever. The crew for that is what, 2, isn't it? A2 is probably 3, is it, or is that the M2? But I think the Hammerhead is practically useless solo. Until you fired off all of your missiles. Then it becomes completely useless. It's not like you can really do anything with it effectively. Oh, a chin turret does not... Yeah. Well, it's a hauler. I get it. Although all that stuff can change. You got 5 friends? Definitely get one of those then. You can do the ghillie missions and have a lot of fun there together. Definitely. Yeah, fair enough, Scuba. Automation with costs or risks. Yeah, I think that's, like you say, that's a potential direction to take it, where it's not just fire and forget, and then you just acquire the wealth. There is more to it than, and then you might need to move it once it's mined out the area or whatever the process is. Yo, Albright. So this video is about a guy trying to find non-combat tasks to do with all the quests and projects being so combat orientated. What, the Golem mining ship or whatever it was? He's just trying to mine, but he's just going to the wrong places. Don't go mining near a Hathor site. Yeah, buffoon. Engineering, and also, actually, talking of the Hammerhead, that is currently going through its gold standard as well. So maybe wait till it's gold standardized. Or don't. Buy it now, and then hopefully you'll get it gold standardized before they wipe, and then you have to reset that 47 million and start fresh. Engineering will mean you have to pay automated systems attention. They will wear down, break down, and require repair and maintenance. Yeah, absolutely. Apart from flight mechanics and perhaps on-foot FPS mechanics, very little should import-export from Squadron to Star Citizen, the games. Well, in a way. I think there's a lot that can come over. Not necessarily from the MMO side. A lot of that stuff has to be, set up to work in a MMO basis. But there is a lot that can come over from Squadron, but mostly, in my opinion, from the polish side of things. For those bits that can. Yes, Hathor is about mining, but not on your own expecting to not see trouble. What I mean is don't, if like that guy wasn't mining in Hathor's cave after firing the laser, he was mining in the proximity of Hathor, which is a known site for contention. So he's going to get himself into trouble. Yeah, no casual solo mining. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I like the idea of building in defenses so people cannot jump your claim like in yo, absolutely. Yeah, automation will be there, yeah, in terms of like gun turrets and stuff, provided you have the power going to them. So yeah, when I say no automation, I don't mean like a blanket statement of nothing will be automated. It is just, they don't want everything to be automated and just fire and forget sort of thing. Yeah, I love Hathor, I really do. And they are quite frequented by players though. Now, the other thing that we're going to see coming this year are more creatures, but more, and we don't know what. It could be storm walls, it could be, you know, sandworms to Hathor, like big ones. But more importantly for me is how I'm hoping to see with the drop of Genesis creatures in a more believable ecosystem, because that's part of what Genesis is going to involve. It's going to have the, what was it called? AI. Where is it? It's like a whole piece of technology that they're bringing out. Where? No, that's the economy. Why am I reading about the economy? Coming up to it. AI population management system that will tie all AI types, so, you know, human, fauna, creatures and so forth, into the world, into the ecosystems, populating locations appropriately with the creatures that should be inhabiting those areas, adding food chains. You know, it's not just here's another creature to just aimlessly roam around on a planet, which was cool when they first dropped them, right? You know, seeing Copian, seeing the cows, quasi-grazers, really cool to see fauna start rolling out. But now they're going to start tying them in, or with Genesis, they're going to start tying them into the actual locations and making them make sense, which could mean walking through a swamp and being suddenly attacked by a Yormandi, rather than having to go to a specific cave in a certain location to just get eyes on it, right? Yeah, for me, this is one of the reasons why Genesis is the top at the moment of hype for me. When we start hearing stuff about Genesis, I am going to be all ears. Agreed, the polish from Squadron would show Star Citizen a world of good. We'll do the world of good, yeah. And I have no issues with both games being graphically similar. It's just that both games require different mindsets to play them well. Oh, absolutely. And you know, there will be people who don't play Squadron. I've seen it so many times on comments where, you know, CIG update anything about Squadron. There's so many people that are like, I don't care about Squadron. This is my game. They should make it for me. I don't care. So understandably, there are going to be people who won't touch Squadron at all. It is a single-player, on-rails, narratively driven storyline, whereas Star Citizen is far from that. The beauty is it all ties together in terms of lore and stuff, but nice to have both. Mission system improvements, that's something they've been working on a lot this year, continuing to develop the technology and the tech that they have to build systems, chaining different missions. Did I say systems? I meant missions. Chaining missions together with different outcomes and different potential happenings. But also they did say we will see refueling missions, salvaging missions, and mining missions. Now, salvaging missions we already have, but further improving those will be very nice. Mining missions are definitely needed and will hopefully tie into the economy at some point as well, where a location asking for X amount of whatever will actually need that to craft whatever they're wanting to craft, or like a factory. Or even just deliver it to the space station, and then that'll put a mission up for someone to pick it up from a space station and deliver it to the location elsewhere. Refueling missions will hopefully mean the Starfarer is getting some love this year. They did specify that refueling, salvaging, and mining missions are coming this year. So I'm hoping that means the Starfarer is going to get the update it needs, the love it needs, and become the ship that is useful. Because the actual process of refueling is pretty cool. There's skill involved. There's experience and knowledge involved in it that if you don't know what you're doing, you can cause problems. Brad, thank you so much, my friend, for the 36-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. So it would be nice to see the whole process and the requirement of it to come along, where you are able to, and you require help to get refueled, which I suppose really the benefit of what it really needs is a beacon system to allow people to call for that. Squadron's the relaxed version of starcitizen because you're the only player in the verse. I mean, on that side of things, sure, but I don't think it's going to feel all that relaxing. This location from the Reunion trailer is not visible in the PU. No, it's just... I don't even know if it's a starcitizen prop. It might not even be a physical thing anywhere. It's just more of a cinematic thing. But it could have been taken from Squadron. That's true. That's what you did in the Air Force, was it, Brad? You were a refueler. It's such a shame that, you know, professions like medical, refueling, they've kind of just fallen by the wayside with the lack of updates in the areas. But it's not all... It goes to show that even if you have the gameplay capable of providing that content, if the game itself doesn't push you in a direction to do that, not force you in a direction, but give you it as an option rather than just reclaiming my ship or going and landing somewhere and refueling. Like most people will prefer not to even engage with a real player and just do it in an automated way or a different way, which I understand that, but I think it would be great if we could push more for the involvement of other players, provided you can guarantee that they're not just going to be ganking you, which is where the reputation beacon system comes in. Anyone still looking for Tundra Copian will find them. Oh, they're all over now, aren't they? I feel like they've really increased the amount of Copian around. When we first had to do it for like Wicklow, I couldn't find them anywhere. Yes, Jermaine, the whole Armistice zones, I don't know when that's going to change. It could be a this year thing, it might not be. That really depends on AI, I suppose, and the ability for the game to push back where it's possible, where it provides enough support and protection where they don't need an armistice zone. When we get to that point, then they'll be removed. Well, they won't be removed. Obviously, there will be armistice zones, and if you draw a ship, you'll get into trouble. But there's a lot of nuance there, isn't it, in terms of towing ships and helping ships and salvaging ships. It can't just be black and white, you can't use your weapons and so forth. But yeah, they've done a little bit of work towards that, but it definitely needs a lot more. You're hoping with crafting and social tools, the PU gets filled with a lot more players experimenting around with playstyles. Yes, I think that's kind of what is lacking, actually, is reducing the urge to just shoot on sight and just kill for no reason versus actually playing a support role where you go and help people. But again, that might tie in a lot with the whole reputation, beacons, providing support where necessary, like if you get attacked, having AI at least come to your location to help in a reasonable speed. What else? We may see Maelstrom. I don't know. I don't know how much more is left to do. Let's just skip this song. It's a bit annoying. I haven't heard anything about it being close to releasing, but last we heard 80% of Squadron was converted to Maelstrom, so who knows. Gonji, thank you so much for your 24-month Tier 2 resub, my friend. Beers, party bus, you know what to do. It reminds me of the Dam, the Squadron 42 player. Yeah, that was kind of cool. I'm assuming that's still a location, though. From what I understand about Squadron, that our character's rep and rewards will be uploaded into Star Citizen, giving us a bigger boost in the game and better missions. So yeah, as part of rep, in order to become a citizen, think of it like Starship Troopers. We're all civilians until we do something that is recognizing us as a citizen, in which you can, vote, you can get better treatment, better jobs, the sort of the normal stuff that you see with this kind of stuff. And serving in the military, so if you play through Squadron, you will get citizenship. But there is also, with 1.0, going to be that overarching storyline that you can follow through that will inevitably lead to becoming a citizen as well. But it doesn't mean that everyone will want to be a citizen. If you're a criminal, being a citizen is going to hinder you more. Unless you're trying to infiltrate for whatever, So there's a lot of things to it, but yes, your rep and rewards do play part and parcel with PU. No, there's not 500 years between Squadron and Star Citizen. So Squadron takes place in 2942 or 45, and we are currently in 2955, 56. There's only, it's a lot longer than they initially thought, but there's not 500 years. So other things that I hope to see this year would be starware, map markers, maybe building interiors. I don't know where you got that from, Jermaine. I don't know where you got that. That's quite a leap. Yeah, I have no idea, mate. But yeah, is it 2942? After the Battle of Vega. I think that's when Squadron 42 Chapter 1 is kicking off. It could be 2945, but I don't think so. But yeah, right now it's about 10 years difference between what we're playing in the PU and Squadron. Yeah, working pool tables. Shit, let me write that down. Hang on. It's a good one. Pool at tables. That's not the one. But yeah, building interiors. That whole building interior mandate that we heard about quite recently, where it just, well, not recently, but last year, it just suddenly went about how, apartments, residences, industrial areas, commercial areas. I think it's still intended. I don't think they've changed their minds on it, but it would be nice to see that. Physical interactions, I think, like being able to press buttons and things with your hand, seeing your hand reach out and stuff. I assume that's going to come with Squadron. Charge and drain, so batteries for not just your ships, but component, handheld items and so forth. We kind of see it a little bit, I guess, with fire hydrants. Maybe they're the first ones to use charge and drain tech, which will hopefully mean it's coming to everything else later on. Lamp, night vision, I suspect we will see next year. Looking over cover is something that we haven't heard about in a while, where you can press up against something and sort of be tied into that item, and then look up, lean out, shoot around, blind fire. That's something that I assume they're still intending to bring, and if that's the case, will come with Squadron release. Otherwise, they may have changed their mind on it, and they're not doing it anymore. So Battle of Vega was October 5th, 2945. So maybe you're serving in the military to start with in 2942, and then... or maybe it is starting with... Yeah, it could be a few years before it all kicks off, you go to flight school, and then suddenly the Vanduul attack again, and you're like, oh boy. I shouldn't have signed up. No, not necessarily. So original veteran backers, or up to a certain point, got Squadron as part of their pledge. Like when I first backed Star Citizen for however much it was, access to the alpha and beta for PU Squadron 42 was a package. Then they separated it, and they will likely bring it back when Squadron's about to release. New Star Citizen players, do you think it will be a good idea for RSI to have the Wicklow missions turned into Wicklow campaign? I kind of like the idea of that. I just don't do them because they're just so long-winded, and I can't be bothered. I like a grind, but I don't like a constant grind just to get something that will eventually be wiped anyway. So, as a proper campaign would be kind of cool. But then I do like the open-ended freedom of you need a list, and then you go and gather it. I just think don't make it so damn hard. It doesn't need to be a campaign. It just needs to be, something that is attainable. Yeah, like Gears of War. I don't know if that's still the intention, but that was, you know, something that they planned on. The Pyro Starburst. No talk of that recently. Transient jump points, haven't seen that recently. Ship docking would be cool, especially now with engineering here. More door controls, life support, you know, rooms and stuff. Maybe that was a prerequisite to get actual docking, like ship-to-ship and ship-to-station docking working. Ships we could hopefully see this year, the Kraken, Pioneer, I think, Ironclad, command module for the Ironclad and the Caterpillar, the Galaxy. That's kind of where I'm at with that video so far. No This Week in Star Citizen, thank you, Wonko. We will keep our eyes out. Orange Sovereign, how you doing? I would actually like to see a new game loop, possibly passenger transport. Oh no, it's not a stretch. That is all planned. Oh, as in you want to see that this year. You know it's planned, you want to see it this year. Yeah, I personally don't see that coming until a little later, but that's not to say they can't drop passenger transport as a, you know, like a taxi mission, because that was something they were planning to do in a more sort of tier 0 way a lot earlier on, once they'd got over the hurdle of NPCs being able to walk through, thank you, Wonko, being able to walk through, you know, elevators and trams and stuff, which we haven't quite got there. Oh, 2018, you may already have Squadron Guago. I don't know, though. Oh, thank you, Yeti. I'll check that out. Yes, I like the idea. So I'm kind of like this with the whole press up against cover and lean in and out. In certain games, it can be annoying because you get stuck. And it's really irritating when you're stuck and there's an NPC there shooting at you and you're like, I can't figure this out. So that freedom of just more like armor where you have different lean types and so forth, I do prefer. But it does look cool when you're leaning in and shooting over and so forth, you know? Like the guns and ships we also have to clean and maintain, and spacesuits. Yeah, I guess part of that is with engineering, bringing in that wear and tear. And then starwear would entail the wear and tear on your clothing and aging, but we don't have starwear yet. So, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, that is me done for the day. It is Monday. As we know, they are going to be trolling through 4.5. Working on hotfixes for live and working on inclusions for the next release. So basically trying to get what hotfixes they can out the door as soon as possible, while also bringing the next patch, which again tells me it's going to be a 4.5.1 rather than a 4.6. Just because I think they're going to bring a hotfix out and then bring a patch that is intended to target the main issues that can't be hotfixed, which I would assume is a 4.5.1. As we get closer to the Evocati PTU cycle, which is going to be soon, I guess. Mickle, how you doing? Apologies, I don't think I said hello to you, did I, Mickle? But I will be back on Wednesday, back to normal now. No more Christmas or New Year's or anything. Thank you, Solomon. You too, my friend. CIG are back in the offices, so this week in Star Citizen should come along. Hopefully we'll see things like a roadmap update, monthly reports, back on it, getting on with regular content. Not much more to say, I don't think. If you're buying anything like TOBII, GameGlass, Pimax, IMPOUND, MONSTERTECH, they all give me kickbacks. VKB don't, but I can get you discount anyway, so it is much appreciated if you're buying anything from any of those places using the code, as it does support me. And yeah, I'm just working on that video right now, working on what I'm expecting 2026 to bring. Thank you, Zul. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. What is Summer's big Christmas gift this year? Oh, she had loads. So we definitely overbought for it. There wasn't anything super big this year. We got her a bike like last year, which she's getting good at now, and she can scooter on her own now. But it was more like a little puppy with a hurting paw. A laptop, which is not a laptop. It's not like a laptop. It's more of like a stage up from the little device that she had before, which is like, feed this thing 8 strawberries and, you know, taking it further where she can learn coding and things. And then a bunch of stuff. Stupid amounts. Like, she gets all stuff. I wish I was a kid again. Anyway, let me pass the stream on to somebody else. Who have we got? Let's take a look. But did you all have a good Christmas and New Year? I do hope so. So, let's have a look. Star Citizen. Got Space Tomato on. Maybe send it their way. Yo, VX. It certainly is. How are you doing today? I'm just finishing, I'm afraid. I do apologize. But I will be back on Wednesday. Between 2 and 6 p.m. If you are about. Oh, there's a few people on. A Viking build. A Viking beard or build. Not quite. Scott, maybe. I don't know. Sun Devil. Sun Devil follows. He often hangs out, doesn't he? DM_Sun Devil. I think we should pass it on to them because I'm sure they are in here chatting away a lot of the time. DM_Sun Dev. Ooh, that's not how you spell that. There we go. So enjoy Sun Devil's stream. I will see you all on Wednesday. Hopefully by then we have a bit more going on. It would be great to get a hotfix mod. How you doing? I'm just bouncing, mate. Sorry. It'll be great to get a hotfix out before Wednesday because right now 4.5 is just kind of no bueno, you know. But I love you all. Thank you for watching. This is... Ooh, virtual camera. I didn't want that. This is my end screen. Have a great evening, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.